And in Pietermaritzburg, we have the KwaZulu-Natal Inland Tuskers playing against the Boland Rocks. Earlier start there due to the perennial problems with bad light. So Boland are batting first and are 51 for 1, a decent start for them. Down in Durban, the Dolphins are taking on the Central Gauteng Lions, also a 9:30 a.m. start there. Sonapol going short this time, and Elgar handles it very comfortably. End of the second over, Titans 10 without loss, Brunt on 6, Elgar on 4. So down in Durban, the Dolphins batting first against the Lions, and a very similar score to Pietermaritzburg, 52 for 1. Players just got underway at Newlands, where Western Province are hosting the Northwest Dragons. The Dragons are batting 3 without loss, and so those are the other 4-day games getting underway today, as Marco Jansen will bowl his second over from the Henops River end. Neil Brunt on strike. Wasted a bit down the leg side. Sinitembe Kashile with the gloves for the Warriors. They do, of course, have another wicketkeeper in their squad in Rudy Second. But he's what one could call a veteran now. He's 34 years old, doesn't do that much keeping anymore. Bowls a bit of off spin, in fact. That's a good line and length from Jansen, but well covered by Neil Brunt. Neil Brunt, of course, captained the SAA team recently in their series against West Indies A, and had a good series. Neil Brunt had a century and a half century, which was really much better form than he's shown for the Titans so far in this campaign. Just 72 runs in 4 innings thus far for the Titans. Down the leg side again by Jansen. Looks a bit frustrated as he takes those long strides back to his mark. Just hints of the cloud lifting a bit at SuperSport Park. We're certainly seeing more blue sky. There are, I guess, maybe a dozen spectators. Jansen again. There's that good bounce you'd expect from Marco Jansen here at SuperSport Park. And a test match, of course, underway as well today in Australia, where they are hosting Pakistan in Perth, and Australia winning the toss and deciding to bat, and getting off to a very good start, 263 for 3 at the moment. That's well left on length by Neil Brunt, bouncing over the stumps, movement back into the left-hander. And almost inevitably, the man everyone seems to love to hate at the moment, David Warner, making an emphatic statement. 139 not out of just 176 balls. Had an opening stand of 126 with Usman Khawaja, who scored 41. So Pakistan have fought back a bit. What's that? Awkward lifter from Jansen. Brunt bails out of the hook, and it goes over wicketkeeper Kashili's head for 4 byes. So that's 4 wides, in fact, are called. Thank you for my producer. But, what we've come to expect from the SuperSport Park pitch, really good bounce, and that's going to be a key factor, one feels, in the Proteas series against India. One of the reasons they're playing the first test here. And of course, who can forget that gripping test series of 3 seasons ago between South Africa and India. Again, movement back into the left-hander, but left. And of course, that previous Test series, many pundits saying the difference between the two sides was the extra bounce that South Africa's pace bowlers were able to extract, simply because they were taller men. And Marco Jansen, of course, the tallest of the lot. India certainly have a very, very fine pace attack as well, though. So 3 overs gone here at SuperSport Park. 15 without loss. Neil Brunt on 6. Dean Elgar on 4. And Bayer Swanepoel will continue just having a bit of a discussion with Marco Jansen. And Ronaldo Meyer, his 2 fellow quick bowlers. And he's chopped on. Dean Elgar rather poking outside off stump. And the ball came back into him and off the edge and into the stumps. So Dean Elgar is gone. Bowled by Swanepoel for just 4. He was there for 13 minutes, faced 8 balls. Hit a boundary off the first ball he faced, and then nothing else. So that'll disappoint the Titans stalwart, Dean Elgar, bowled by Swanepoel for 4. But a very good line by Swanepoel coming around the wicket, cramping Elgar, which was just outside off stump. A good length that he could not really get too far forward to. And so the early wicket then for the Warriors in the 4th over. Elgar bowled by Swanepoel for 4. And the next man coming in for the Titans will be Matthew Kleinfeldt, who joined the Titans from the Western Cape. Struggled a bit in the 4-day competition, just 90 runs from his 4 innings. But he had a very useful one-day cup campaign. Titans also luring Gerald Coetzee, of course, from the Free State Knights. They were relegated, and certainly not in the national interest to have one of the most talented players in the country playing in the 2nd division. So Matthew Kleinfeldt, another left-hander, takes strike. Swanepoel will stay around the wicket with 3 slips and a 5th slip. That one just keeping it a little low. Clyde Bokako, another fresh signing for the Titans from the Lions. The Warriors, of course, are boasting a couple of former Titans players themselves. That's sliding down the leg side, sent back by Brunt. Kleinfeldt was off and running, but so was wicketkeeper Kashile, and Neil Brunt wisely sending him back very quickly there. So Javesh Pillay, Diego Rossier, and Jordan Hanneman, all former Titans players. Kleinfeldt gets well behind that run off the outside half of the bat to point, no run. And of course the man bowling now, Bayer Swanepoel, was educated here in Pretoria. Went to Hoërskool Garsfontein. That's well bowled by Swanepoel. That's that probing line again. Swanepoel played for Northern Schools in 2016, but then moved to Free State. and then to Northern Cape, where he first showed his considerable all-round talent. Again, good line by Sonnepoel, good leave by Kleinveld, and that ends the fourth over. A successful over for the Warriors. They've got the wicket of Dean Elgar, bowled by Sonnepoel for 4. Titans 15 for 1 after winning the toss and electing to bat first. Neil Brunt on 6, and Matthew Kleinveld has just come to the wicket. Sonnepoel is enjoying another very good season for the Warriors. He's averaging 41 with the bat at the moment and has taken 11 wickets at an average of just 18. Here's Marco Jansen again to Brunt. Thoughts of a single to mid-on, but the fielders are quickly in. Jansen with 3 slips and a proper gully. Quite a gap between the slips. And Jordan Herdeman in the gully. Again, Brunt declining took and called a wide again. Marco Jansen on this bouncy pitch, he's probably going to struggle to be able to pitch it too short without it being called wide, considering the height at which he delivers the ball. But if he can find that perfect length which rears up at the batsman, he can get it fuller and still extract a lot of bounce. He will be very awkward. Oh, that's just a horrible wayward delivery. And another wide, back-to-back wides by Marco Jansen. Probably just as well that he's getting some bowling practice in here at SuperSport Park, venue of the first test match. Poachers will obviously want him fit and firing and at his best for that first test. Just a 2-test series, of course, so absolutely crucial for both teams that they don't lose that first game. Oh, down leg side now from Marco Jansen. Some clapping from his teammates, bit of encouragement. He needs it. It's been a bit of a dismal over so far. In that previous series, of course, between South Africa and India, the first test match was also here at SuperSport Park, and South Africa actually lost that first game. Outside half of the bat, gully dives, but it's well wide of him, and that'll run away to the boundary for a bit of a streaky 4 for Neil Brunt. Takes him to 10 and the total 21 for 1. So Marco Jansen just showing the danger when he gets the ball in the right place. Found the edge there, but soft hands from Brunt. It went pretty quickly to ground. Yeah, that first test match of the previous series in South Africa against India. South Africa losing at Centurion, not playing particularly well, but then 2 superb run chases at Newlands and the Wanderers to win the series. Nicely driven, but mid-on quickly across, but then misfield, and they will get a single. It was firmly struck by Neil Brunt. Nyanda, the man who did well to initially cut it off, but then it rebounded off him for the single. So 22 for 1 now, the Titans, and Matthew Kleinveld will face up for the first time at the West Lane end, facing Marco Jansen from the Henops River end. Good bounce again. Neither side going into this match with what you would call a specialist spin bowler. Neil Brunt, of course, bowls very tidy left-arm spin for the Titans. Ooh, that one rears up at Kleinfeldt, trying to defend on the onside. That would have hurt a bit. And eventually the end of a long over for Marco Jansen. Couple of wides in there. 22 for 1 after 5 overs. The Titans. Brunt on 11 and Kleinfeldt yet to score. So yeah, Neil Brunt will do whatever spin bowling duties the Titans need. Of course, they have a powerful 4-man pace attack that'll be led by Gerald Coetzee, Junior Dahler, Corbin Bosch, Claudio Bokako. Eastern Province also without a specialist spinner. Rudy Second, I guess, could turn his arm over if required. Outside off stump, and Brunt won't be tempted there. Marco Jansen now at gully for Swanepoel. Just another string to Marco Jansen's bow. He's an exceptional gully fielder. Such safe hands. He's obviously got tremendous reach. Brunt not ready. Swanepoel is a bustling sort of bowler. He gets through his overs quickly. No great pace, but he's sharp enough and he does swing the ball nicely. And he's the joint leading wicket taker for the Warriors this season, along with Ronaldo Meyer. Nicely put away by Brunt, straying down the leg side and just swung off his hips and beats fine leg. And Neil Brunt has another boundary that takes him to 15 not out. Total 26 for 1. Pitch Vision and Cricket South Africa do, of course, have another game that's being commentated on this morning. That's well played by Brunt, just soft hand, steering it down as it nipped away through the slips, and it's fielded down on the third man boundary. They'll get a couple of runs. Brunt goes to 17, 28 for 1 now. Yes, the other game that we're having live commentary on this morning, South Africa A versus India A. And unfortunately, the first day of that match was ruined by rain and a wet outfield. So it's the last day today. And India A 415 for 9 in their first innings. Down leg side again. This time Brunt can't get it. And Kleshile knocks on behind the stumps, but no damage done. Recovers quickly. Yeah, India A 415 for 9 in their first innings. So at the moment, that's a lead of 96 runs. It certainly looks as if that game will be heading for a draw. 4 wickets for Irfan Jones for South Africa A. Down the leg side again. The Warriors have got the 1 wicket this morning, but one feels perhaps haven't made 100% good use of this new ball and a bit of a green tinge in the pitch. There have been quite a few wayward deliveries. Neil Brunt off to a good start in his innings. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery by Swanepoel. Drew Brunt forward. Just nipped away, and a very good end to Beyers Swanepoel's third over. 6 overs gone, 28 for 1. Neil Brunt on 17. Matthew Kleinfeldt is yet to score. Brunt has been there now for 21 deliveries, so 17 off 21. He's made a brisk start. Kleinfeldt 7 deliveries, yet to get off the mark. And we're going to see our first change of bowling after that rather wayward over from Marco Jansen. He's being replaced at the Henops River end by Ronaldo Meyer. And it's a tidy start by Meyer. Kleinveld just defends to mid-on, no run. Ronaldo Meyer, one of the form bowlers for the Warriors this season. He's their joint leading wicket taker with 11 wickets. Average of just 17. He's just played the 2 games. Okay, no great pace, Ronaldo Meyer, but accurate and gets the ball to nip around. I guess he's a little bit like a Malusi Sabato. That's 2 fallen, driven nicely by Kleinveld through the covers. He'll get off the mark with a boundary, takes the total to 32 for 1. So Meyer just going a bit too full with his second delivery, paying the price. Kleinveld has shown good patience, just waiting for the bad ball that he could score off and get off the mark. That's a good delivery for Meyer, well left by Kleinveld. Meyer's got 4 slips, a point, mid-off, mid-on. Again, that man in front of the square leg umpire. And there's a fine leg who is right down by the players' dugout and spending a lot of time chatting to his teammates there. Full ball again from Meyer, almost a Yorker length, and Kleinveld really was left just to dig that out. No real timing on the drive. And 3 for 42 as the Lions really disappointed with the bat, bowled out for 108 and 158 in that match. Again, solid defence. And the end of a pretty tidy first over by Ronaldo Meyer. Just the 1/2 volley, cost him 4 runs. It's 32 for 1 after 7 overs here at SuperSport Park, where the Titans winning the toss and electing to bat first. And they are trying to rebound from their last outing, which was in Cape Town, where they were hammered by 187 runs by Western Province. The Titans have had a very good record at Newlands in recent years, so I'm sure Western Province were delighted to turn the tide there. Western Province made really a blazing 350 in their first innings as Neil Brunt chops that one down behind the square on the offside for a single. Takes him to 18 and the total 33 for 1. Bayer Swanepoel still operating from the West Lane end into his 4th over. He's taken 1 for 12 so far. Marco Jansen, none for 17 in his 3 overs. Not quite at his best this morning. Down leg side, Swanepoel, he's done that a few times as well. Ronaldo Meyer just the 1 over for 4 runs. So, yeah, Western Province blazed their way to 350 at Newlands. Century for Edmore, 150 for Kyle Verreyn. The Titans then conceded quite a sizable first innings lead when they were bowled out for 259. several batsmen getting starts, but only Sibunela Makanya 50 and Ayat Kamani 54, making much of those starts. Down the leg side again from Sonapur. If he keeps this up much longer, he might have to switch to over the wicket. He's bowled exclusively around the wicket so far in his 3 overs and 3 balls. Titans having 3 left-handers in their top 3. Dewald Brev is slated to come in next. He's the first right-hander. On the back foot, Kleinfeldt to extra cover, no run. Back to that game at Newlands. In the second innings, Western Province then hammered 365. Yassine Valley getting a century. And the Titans then bowled out for 269 in their second innings. Donovan Ferreira scoring 96. He's, of course, with the Proteas at the moment. It's a good leave by Matthew Kleinfeldt. Sonapur really trying to lure Kleinfeldt into a drive there. So Donovan Ferreira with the Proteas at the moment. They, of course, playing India in the third T20 at the Wanderers this evening. The first game washed out. South Africa winning in Gqeberha a couple of nights ago, and now the decider at the Wanderers this evening. That one straightening on Kleinfeldt. Just back to the bowler. End of Sonapur's over. It is 33 for 1 after 8 overs. And one expects Donovan Ferreira could well get a run this evening for the Proteas, as a couple of the test players like Marco Jansen, like Gerald Coetzee, who played in the previous T20s are no longer in that squad. So 33 for 1 after 8 overs. The Titans winning the toss, electing to bat first, as the weather continues to improve here at SuperSport Park. The air quality not so much, because there's a rather dark cloud of smoke billowing over the Gautrain tracks over on the grass banks to the right of the action. Not sure what's burning over there. Thankfully the wind seems to be taking it away from the ground now. And there comes the Gautrain whizzing past the ground. The covers have now been reinforced with an extra man, and that goes straight to him. So just the 3 slips now for Ronaldo Meyer. Three in the covers. 2 in front of square on the leg side. Driven by Brunt off the bottom of the bat, and he can't beat mid off. Couple of kids playing their own little game of cricket on the grass banks. Lovely to see. School holidays, great place to bring your kids. SuperSport Park, beautiful day here. And that's a good ball by Mayer, a good leave by Brunt. There was a bit of swing after it passed the stumps. So not the most humid morning here in Centurion. It's pretty mild. But the Warriors have obtained a little bit of swing with the new ball. I'm sure they'll feel they haven't extracted everything they could have out of this pitch and with the new ball this morning, but there's still time. We're in the 9th over of the innings. They do at least have the one wicket, the big scalp of Dean Elgar down the leg side. Seen a lot of that this morning. Wicketkeeper Kashila has had a busy time. So Dean Elgar, the man to fall, he chopped on against Baz Sonnepoel, bowled for 4. Those 4 runs came from the first ball he faced. He drove Marco Jansen beautifully through the covers, but failed to add anything more to his tally. And that's a good end to the over by Ronaldo Meyer. 33 for 1 after 9 overs.
Our office as well. Let me just phone the lady that left it there for you. And then I'll phone you back. Okay.
The umpires today are Arno Jacobs, who of course was one of the great Warriors batsmen in his time. Very elegant, prolific run scorer for them. And Andre Olivier. And that is a thumping shot, leant back and just smashed it through the covers. Matthew Kleinfeldt, super shot. And that's his second boundary, takes him to 8. And the total 37 for 1. Sonnepoel just too short and wide there, given the treatment by Matthew Kleinfeldt. Better length, beats the bat wrapped on the pads. I fancy a bit of an inside edge, and probably going down the leg side because of that. Much better delivery from Sonnepoel. At his pace and just in terms of his strengths, he needs to be bowling more on the fuller side than the shorter length. Kleinfeldt off the back foot. Nothing wrong with that length, just to keep the batsman honest. Don't want him just rocking onto that front foot every delivery. So Arno Jacobs, as I said, the one umpire, he is standing at this West Lane end, so the end that Sonnepoel bowls from now. Movement back into the left-hander, but started very wide. And Andre Olivier, born in Johannesburg, but played 24 matches for Southwestern Districts in the 2000s. Yeah, good bowling by Sonnepoel, tidying up considerably his last few deliveries. Matthew Kleinfeldt has spent a lot of his career opening the batting. So, as to be expected, he has a very tidy defensive technique. Fuller from Sonnepoel, but again, Kleinfeldt very much up to the challenge. Kleinfeldt, who played some cricket for Western Province. He comes from the Western Cape. Quite a lot for Free State. So he's played 32 Division 1 4-day games. Has scored 1,914 runs very healthy average of 38.28 before this match. Ronaldo Meyer, that's what he looks to do, just bowl very straight, wicket to wicket. And all Neil Brunt could do there was defend. Matthew Kleinfeldt, 4 Division 1 4-day hundreds, the highest of which was 199 not out against Boland in Paarl. That was last season. But with the Knights being relegated, he's joined the Titans. It's a good looking job, but not much timing, straight to cover. As I said, Kleinfeldt had a very decent one-day cup campaign for the Titans, but 4-day series, not too much joy yet in his 4 innings. His highest score has been 35. It's a good leave by Neil Brunt. That was quite close to off stump. Matthew Kleinfeldt, 34 years old, so also someone who's got a lot of experience. $37 for 1, the Titans in the 11th over, winning the toss, electing to bat first. Again, tempting line from Ronaldo Meyer, but Neil Brunt very responsible. He was gifted a few early runs. He made a brisk start, but happy now to give the bowlers their due as they bowl well. It's a nice straight drive. It's missed the stumps, which is a good start. And they'll go through for a quick single. So Neil Brunt will go to 19. Not out of 33 deliveries. Total now 38 for 1. Kleinfeldt on strike again now. He's on 8. Kleinfeldt mistiming that pull shot off the bottom edge, dribbles away to mid-wicket, no run. And that's the end of the 11th over, 38 for 1. The Titans. And just a couple of score updates for you from the other 4-day games going on around the country. The Boland Rocks won the toss and elected to bat in Pietermaritzburg against the Tuskers. They are 73 for 1 at the moment. Peter Milan going very well, 44 not out there. In Durban, the Dolphins won the toss and decided to bat against the Lions. That's historically quite an important toss to win, considering how the Kingsmead pitch favours spin more and more as the match progresses. And the Dolphins are 85 for 1 at the moment. Marcus Ackerman has breezed to 50 not out off 55 balls. As we now are going to see a change of ends. Marco Jansen battled for much consistency from the Henops River end. He's now switched to the West Lane end. Straight away in the block hole. And well dug out by Neil Brunt. Jansen 3 overs for 17 from the Henops River end. Has had a little bit of a breather and back now from the West Lane end with 3 slips and a gully. Still getting that little bit of shape away from the left-hander. Just continuing the scores from the other 4-day games. And trouble for the Dragons down at Newlands. They won the toss and elected to bat. And they are 31 for 4. Western Province, of course, don't have their bowling spirit. Nandre Berger, who's with the Proteas squad. Doesn't matter. And Tiwe Kaya Nabe has taken 3 for 5. As the Dragons have crashed to 31 for 4. Buren Hendricks getting the other wicket there. And in Potchefstroom, that SAA India A game, India A are finally all out for 417. So that's a lead of 98 runs. Of course, the highlight of that innings, a wonderful 163 by Pradosh Paul. That's way too wide from Marco Jansen. And Shardul Thakur, who was one of the stars of that previous India Test series in South Africa, he scored 76. And Sarfaraz Khan 68. 4 wickets for Ifan Jones and 3 for Sia Plaiki. Jansen in again to Neil Brunt. Still a bit too wide from Marco Jansen. Just struggling to find his rhythm, struggling to find a consistent line. But he hasn't had a red ball in his hand for a long, long time. So this outing will certainly do him well ahead of the first test. The end of Jansen's first over from the West Lane end, 38 for 1 at the Titans after 12 overs. I mentioned that previous series against India and South Africa, and the Proteas losing the first match here at Centurion. Marco Jansen made his debut in that match and didn't have the greatest first day. And it was one of the reasons the other bowlers also struggled with the rust. One of the reasons India's batsmen got off to a flyer, dominated the test match, won it. But South Africa just got better and better in that series. And Marco Jansen has certainly gone from strength to strength in his international career. What exciting cricketer he is. Ronaldo Mayo again. It's a good line and a good leave. So, speaking of Test cricket, the ICC World Test Championship, the new cycle underway, and Pakistan are in Australia. The first test started today in Perth, and Australia going very nicely, 300 for 3. David Warner, 151 not out. That's off the pad, dribbling front of the square on the leg side, no run, stifled appeal. Somewhat worryingly for Pakistan, the outstanding Travis Head is getting going in company with Warner. Travis Head 39 not out there. And, still 19 overs to go on the first day for Pakistan's toiling bowlers. They've already conceded 300. It's a handsome drive, but excellent fielding. Diving away to his left by Jordan Harriman. Beg your pardon, to his right. Nicely timed that drive by Matthew Kleinfeld. But Mayer has a bit more protection in the covers. Point. Harriman at cover, it's a bit off. 2 men in front of square on the leg side of the fine leg. Better length from Meyer. Herman, the fielder again. Ronaldo Meyer certainly is doing a good job. Ronaldo Meyer, as I say, doing a good job. Just pinning back the run rate here. He's one delivery shy of 4 overs, and he's conceded just 5 runs. So exactly what the Warriors want from their change seamers. Keep it nice and tidy. We still need to have a look at Mnyanda to bowl. This is his first match of the season. Apiwe Mnyanda. Full. Driven straight to mid-off though, no run. And that is the end of Meyer's 4th over, just 5 runs. He's conceded. Titans 38 for 1 after 13 overs. As we head to the first hour of play here at Centurion. Janssen continues. That's a good delivery, nipping back at the left-hander. Brunt showing good judgment though on the leave. He's become a bit calmed. 19 not out. He raced to 17 at almost a run a ball. But as the bowling has become tighter, so he's been happy just to bide his time. 3 slips on a gully for Janssen. Fuller, nice drive by Neil Brunt. Mid-off was quite wide, and that's going to just make it to the boundary. The outfield, not the quickest I've seen it at SuperSport Park. There's been a bit of rain this week. But Neil Brunt will be happy to get a boundary after a quiet period for him. Takes him to 23 not out. Total 42 for 1. This partnership worth 27 with Matthew Kleinfeldt. He's on 8. Good leave by Neil Brunt. That was a bit of a sucker delivery from Janssen. Nice and full, shaping away. Trying to entice the drive, but Neil Brunt, having driven the previous ball for 4, not going to be tempted that time. Straying down leg at Janssen. Brunt can't put it away off the pad. He'll get a leg by. 43 for 1 now. So there's a tinge of green on this SuperSport Park pitch. Groundsman Brian Bloy obviously busy with his preparations for the test match as well. That's a good hook shot by Matthew Kleinfeldt, but it's gone straight to fine leg, so they'll just get a single. Takes him to 9, total 44 for 1. Groundsman Brian Bloy telling me that it's a hard pitch, but he expects it to get more and more up and down. Typically that happens here at SuperSport Park as the game progresses. So his gut feel was to bat first as well. Good leave, tight on off stump, Neil Brunt. And the end of a better over from Marco Jansen. He's bowled 5 overs for 22 runs now. 44 for 1, the Titans, after 14 overs. Neil Brunt on 23, Matthew Kleinfeld on 9. Dean Elgar, the man to fall, bowled by Sonapol off the inside edge for 4. As we are going to have a change of attack by Ronaldo Mayer. He's switching to around the wicket to the left-handed Kleinfeld. Straight away angling the ball in quite a lot to the left-hander, off the inside edge into the body. Mayer operating with 3 slips. Otherwise the outfield has stayed exactly the same. Things were going quite well for Mayer from over the wicket. Bit short and thumped away by Kleinfeld off the back foot through the covers for another boundary. Takes him to 13 not out. It's his 3rd boundary and the total to 48 for 1. That's the 2nd time that Kleinfeld has punched very strongly off the back foot. Of course, as someone who's opened the batting a lot, he needs to be strong off the back foot, and certainly showing that if these bowlers drop a fraction short, he's onto it very quickly. That was a very fine shot by Matthew Kleinfeld. Mayer, before that delivery, had conceded just 5 runs from his 25 deliveries, bowling over the wicket. Perhaps he's in search of a breakthrough, though, trying to change things up a bit around the wicket. Oh, comes back a long way, that. But Kleinfeld has it covered. Very solid defence. Oohs and ahs from behind the wicket from the Warriors fielders. Sinetem Kashile, the wicket keeper, he will be involved in the SAA team's next game against India A. Diego Rozier, Patrick Kruger, Marco Jansen in the slips. Again short, again beautifully punched by Matthew Kleinfeld. Oh, what a gorgeous stroke that was. Leant back, top of the bounce, and just cut in front of square. Tremendous timing and placement, and that's the 50 up for the Titans in 61 minutes off 91 balls, and there have been 9 fours in that 50. What a wonderful way to bring up the landmark. 4th ball of the 15th over. Kleinfeld now on to 17 not out with 4 fours. Neil Brunt on 23. 52 for 1. And umpire Olivier now just being asked to look at the ball, consider if it's out of shape at all. He tells Warriors captain Rudy Second, no, you got to carry on with that. Again coming back into Kleinfeld. Again very solidly behind it. Ooh, that was a close shave for Matthew Kleinfeld. We've seen previous deliveries in this over come back a long way into the left-hander. He still left that, and it did come back. But I guess it's a good lead because it didn't hit off stump. End of the over, and a profitable over for the Titans. Couple of boundaries. 52 for 1 now after 15 overs. Brunt on 23, Kleinfeld on 17. Marco Jansen is going to continue from the West Lane end. Now just 2 slips and a gully. Full. Oh, it was punched up in the air, lofted straight to extra cover. A fairly straightforward chance. It was juggled a couple of times and Bears trying to put it down. There's a sense of disbelief in the Warriors. Neil Brunt just chipping that to extra cover. Pretty much straight to Bear Swanepoel. Down it went. And now to rub salt in the wound. That's a very well controlled pull shot from Neil Brunt. 4 runs off Marco Jansen. Oh, Marco Jansen could really have done with that wicket, because it hasn't been a particularly happy morning for him so far. So Neil Brunt dropped on 20. Very next delivery, straight to 24. Been a length by Jansen, but good sharp running by Neil Brunt. He's been very good running between the wickets this morning. Always alert to the quick signal. He goes to 28 now, total 57 for 1. This pitch presumably will also speed up a bit as it spends more time in the sun. Bit too wide from Jansen. Kleinfeld's not going to go after that out there. So less and less cloud. When the game started at 10 a.m. this morning, it was very much partly cloudy, almost overcast, but considerably more blue sky now, and the clouds are also higher. The weather looks set fair for the day, which is great news for the Titans and Warriors. Okay, swinging away from the left-hander, but too wide. An important game this in terms of the CSA 4-day series, 4th round of fixtures. The Warriors top of the standings at the moment after their 2 wins and a draw, with 59.74 points. At the halfway stage of the competition. Good bounce for Jansen, as you would expect. And that is the end of the over. 57 for 1 after 16 overs. And it's time for a drinks break, and do join us back again in a couple of minutes. round. And that one, he works nicely through the covers. Lovely placement by Neil Brunt. And that goes for 4. Takes him to 32, the total 61 for 1. This partnership now worth 46 runs. That's Brunt's 6th boundary. Kleinveld's got 4. Dean Elgar hit one off the first ball he faced, but did not add to it. So the Titans have negotiated the first hour pretty well. They'll be happy with their decision to bat first. And the man who made that decision, Captain Neil Brunt, defending solidly there. He's been at the forefront of making that decision count. 32 not out now. Always impressive when you see a captain who's an opening batsman and happy to bat first, even though there was a tinge of green on this pitch. And of course, Marco Jansen armed with the new ball for the Warriors. Hasn't been the best of mornings though for Marco Jansen. He's struggled for a consistent line. 6 overs for 27 runs. He switched ends after 4 overs to the West Lane end, which after 3 overs, I beg your pardon, to the West Lane end, which is where he will bowl now. So this is his 4th over now from the West Lane end. He's been a bit better from here. Oh, as I say that, horrible delivery down the leg side. Oh, that was awkward. Lifting nastily into the body of Kleinveld. Did well to get the bat out the way, but had to wear it. Couldn't have been very pleasant. Fuller this time. That's nicely flicked over mid-wicket by Matthew Kleinveld. I think it's going to have just about enough on it to run to the boundary, and it does. So Kleinveld will go to 21, the total 65 for 1 now. And that's the 50 partnership between these two. What a good job the two left-handers have done. 64 minutes they've been together, 88 balls for that 50 partnership, and there have been 10 fours in those 50 runs, which will concern the Warriors a bit. It shows that there have been fairly regular loose deliveries that they've been able to pounce on Brunt and Kleinveld. Better by Jansen. So Neil Brunt on 32 not out, and Matthew Kleinveld, he has scored 21 of that 50 run partnership. Oh, that's well bowled. That's probably the best ball Jansen's bowled today. What a wonderful delivery, great length. Kleinveld pushing forward without too much conviction, and the ball bouncing and seaming away from him. That'll lift Janssen's morale a bit. And ends the over with a dot ball, Marco Janssen. So 7 overs for 31 for the tall left armour. And Titans 65 for 1. Brunt on 32, Kleinfeld on 21. So the Titans were meant to have Lungi Ngidi for this game as well, but he's got an ankle injury, which ruled him out of the white ball stuff against India. They are continuing to bring the ball back into the left-handers, but that started too wide. So Lungi Ngidi presumably in a bit of a race against time to be fit for the first test, although he hasn't been a part of the test 11 lately. Two other players who were meant to be getting in some red ball practice, Themba Bavuma and Kagiso Rabada, were meant to play for the Lions down in Durban. Brunt, no timing on that drive inside half of the bat to mid-on. Bavuma and Rabada, neither of them are actually playing for the Lions in Durban. Themba Bavuma not available. He's attending to a personal matter. And Kagiso Rabada has a heel niggle, which obviously no one wants to see get worse ahead of the test series. Wasted down the leg side by Maya Tashile. Yet another dive down the leg side for the Warriors wicketkeeper. And the Lions are struggling in Durban at the moment against the Dolphins, the defending 4-day champions. Dolphins won an important toss and decided to bat, and they're 114 for 1. Tapang Detole 47 not out, and Marcus Ackerman 61 not out. And edged and taken by the safe hands of Marco Janssen at third slip. It was a bit of a flat-footed waft by Neil Brunt. Ronaldo Meyer pulling his length back a bit, and Neil Brunt will be upset with that. He's worked so hard, and just a loose shot at a bad time. Neil Brunt caught by Janssen, bowled by Meyer for 32. He faced 57 balls and was there for 87 minutes. So Titans now 65 for 2, and that ends a very promising partnership for them. 50-run partnership just raised between Kleinfeld and Brunt, and the Titans captain. Really just a loose stroke outside the off stump. And credit to the Warriors for keeping 3 slips in the 19th over of the innings, and it went straight to Marco Janssen there at third slip. The new man in for the Titans, Dewald Brevis, one of the most exciting talents in the country. Although red ball cricket has been a bit of a struggle for him this season. He's made a couple of half centuries, but is averaging just 26.8 from his 6 innings. So, the first right-hander the Warriors are bowling to today, Brevis, and straight away looking to get off the mark towards square leg, but sent back by Matthew Kleinfeld. He timed it too well, really, Brevis. Got to the fielder too quickly. Not surprising that Devot Brevis is keen to get off the mark. He's coming off a pair against Western Province, so that also explains his fairly mediocre average of 26 this season in 4-day cricket. Oh, very wide by Mayer to end his 7th over. A successful over for the Warriors, and a timely wicket has reduced the Titans to 65 for 2 after 19 overs. Neil Brunt, the man to fall, caught by Marco Janssen at third slip off Mayer for 32. And Matthew Kleinfeld now will take over responsibility for ensuring there is a solid platform to this innings after the Titans won the toss and elected to bat. Kleinfeld on 21 not out. And we do have a change of bowling at the West Lane end. Apiwe Mnyando will come on to bowl. His first match this season for the Warriors. Starts with 3 slips, bowling to the left-handed Kleinfeld. Oh, it's a very good start. Good probing line just outside off stump. Kleinfeld, when fancies, was thinking about leaving that, but got battered and then runs away through the gully for a single. Nyanda bang on target from ball 1. Former SA under 19 player. He is still 19 years old. Nyanda from Loyiso High School and Graham College. Brevis, not much timing there. And another left arm quick for the Warriors of Nyanda. And in fact, this is Nyanda's first class debut. Nyanda and Brevis would have been teammates in the SA under 19 side. Nice and full. Brevis, better timing there, but couldn't beat the bowler. Pretty much the same field Same outfield we've had all morning for Nyanda. Fuller and wider. Brevis gain the drive, but again, not well enough timed to beat the covers. Brevis eager to get off the mark, made a pair in his last match against Western Province at Newlands. And speaking of Newlands, their bowlers are having a very good day again, Western Province. They've reduced Northwest to 64 for 6 this morning. Good cricket all round there. Nyanda has settled impressively. Only a good line and length right from the start. He'll definitely be nervous. It's his first class debut. Good leave by Brevis, and the end of a very tidy first over in first class cricket for a PM Nyanda, just a single off it, and the Titans are 66 for 2 after 20 overs. Kleinfeld on 22. Dewald Brevis yet to get off the mark. And there's going to be a double change of bowling for the Warriors. Patrick Kruger will come on from the Henops River end. Another bustling medium pacer, Patrick Kruger. He's taken 7 wickets this season, an average of just 20. Very useful all-round cricketer, Patrick Kruger. He will start with 2 slips, 3 men in the covers, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. Around the wicket to the left-handed Kleinfeld, and on target, solid defence again from Kleinfeld. There's also a fine leg for Patrick Kruger. Patrick Kruger, another Northern Cape product from Kimberley. 28 years old now, and certainly well settled in Division 1 cricket. That's a good delivery, painful blow for Matthew Kleinfeld. It may be the festive season, but Matthew Kleinfeld's not feeling very festive at the moment. Definitely a case of jingle bells. Very kind of Diego Rosio, I think it was, to go and give him some emergency first aid. Kleinfeld seems okay. You'll have a drink of water and umpire Arno Jacobs, no doubt, will have a word of encouragement or two. There certainly has been a bit of assistance for the bowlers this morning. I'm not sure the Warriors have made the most of it. Tinge of green is been very occasional seam movement. That one certainly seaming back sharply at Kleinfeld. Bit of swing for the bowlers as well. But the Titans will be reasonably satisfied with their start, 66 for 2 after batting first. As we see more and more blue sky at Centurion, temperature warming up. Titans will want to make it a long, hot afternoon for the visiting bowlers, as that's a short ball worked nicely to mid-wicket by Kleinfeld for a single. Good fielding by Javesh and Pillar keeps it to just 1. 67 for 2 now. And Diva Brevis is about to face his 8th delivery, yet to get off the mark. Had a pair in his last game, as I said.
Hello guys, how are you doing? Hey Ken.
And Kruger switches to over the wicket to the right-hander. Bang on target. Brevis' feet seem to be working quite well. I'm sure Diva Brevis will be very disappointed not to be involved in this current T20 series against India. Definitely tagged as a T20 star of the future for the Proteas. But as Coach Rob Walter said, there are a lot of very good batsmen around at the moment. Donovan Ferreira, his Titans teammate, being one of them. That's a bit edgy by Brevis. He will get off the mark, so that'll be a relief. It's gone through extra cover for a single. So Diva Brevis has his first run in 3 innings. Donovan Ferreira here at SuperSport Park watching his domestic franchise in action before he heads down the road to the Wanderers, part of the Proteas squad for the 3rd and final T20 against India this evening. That one just shaping away a bit from the left-hander. Patrick Kruger is a skillful bowler. And that's the end of his first over, just conceding 2 runs. 68 for 2, the Titans, after 21. The game of cricket has taken a break on the banks. The kids are now under the beach umbrella with their parents. Lunch break, I guess, in that test match. Nyanda to continue from the West Lane after his impressive first over. And that comes back into the right-handed Brevis, who rather fends it away. Doesn't go far on the leg side, and the bowler himself fields, no run. Looks like he bowls quite a heavy ball, P.M. Nyanda. Very easy run up. Probably one of those guys who's a bit quicker than he looks. Captain Rudy Second backing him with 3 slips. Again, shaping into Brevis, who covers it well. That's a nice push to mid-on, no run. Brevis always looks very busy at the crease. After every ball, he walks away, comes down the pitch, taps it a bit, does a little jig in his crease. Now he's ready to face again. This has been a very impressive start by the debutant, Mnyanda. That one starting just a bit further on the offside, but good length, and all Brevis can do is defend. Good leave by Brevis. Fuller in wider from Nyanda. I wonder if that was deliberate, temptation for Brevis, but he didn't give in. That's a beauty from Inyanda. That beat Brevis. So, 2 very impressive overs from the 19-year-old Apio Inyanda. Brevis survives, really. It's 68 for 2. And Brevis is already getting a change of gloves. He's only been there for a little more than 15 minutes. Obviously testing stuff from the Warriors bowlers. PM Yanda is especially impressive. 19-year-old left arm quick on his first class debut, but for now it's Patrick Kruger. His second over from the head observer end, and that's a beauty. Just a bit too short to draw the shot though from Kleinfeld, but it bounced and seamed beautifully away from the left-hander. Two slips for Kruger. Or more deliveries like that previous one, and he might encourage the captain to get a third one behind the wicket. It's on the pads. Good work by Javesh and Pillay. Diving across to cut that one off. It was firmly struck off the pads by Matthew Kleinfeld. Kruger getting bounced. Not the tallest man, Patrick Kruger, but he can hit the deck fairly hard, and he put some effort into that one. Hitting Kleinfeld's splice, making it uncomfortable for the batsman, who's been there for over an hour and 20 minutes now. 23 not out. Looking pretty solid, Kleinfeld. Good back foot shot there from Kleinfeld. It's a no ball by Patrick Kruger. Kleinfeld has looked particularly strong off the back foot today. But this time he's waited for short length deliveries, and he's put a couple away quite beautifully through the offside. 5 fours in his 23 not out. That's actually nicely played by Kleinfeld. Well controlled steer down past the slips. to the third man boundary for 4. That'll take him to 27 and the total to 73 for 2. Interesting that the Warriors have now put a man on the deep square leg boundary. So presumably they're going to test Kleinveld with a short ball sooner rather than later. It's down the leg side and a waist. And good work by Kashile. So a fine leg and a deep square leg in place for Matthew Kleinveld. Effort ball again from Kruger, but solidly defended by Kleinveld. And that's the end of Patrick Kruger's second over. He's conceded 7 runs, 73 for 2 for Titans. Kleinveld has moved on to 27 not out. And Dewald Brevis will now do battle with his former SA Under-19 teammate Apiwa Mnyanda again. Brevis on 1 not out. Nyaka with 3 slips. Oh, slashed away by Brevis, a bit edgy, but always safe through the gully, and that's his first boundary. Titans move on to 77 for 2. Mnyanda just straying a bit, too much width there, it was short. And Brevis good enough to put it away, of course. And now a beautiful drive off the front foot, through cover point, and back-to-back boundaries for Dewald Brevis. Takes him to 9. Here's Mnyanda. See how he responds to back-to-back boundaries. Yeah, better, straighter. $81 for 2 now. The Titans winning the toss, electing to bat first. And very few clouds now above their heads. It could be a very warm afternoon. It's a good leave by Brevis. So Dean Elgar bowled off the inside edge by Baz Sonnepoel for 4, and Neil Brunt caught at third slip by Marco Janssen off Ronaldo Mayo, the 2 wickets to fall for the Titans. Brevis showing good judgment again. Much better into the over by P.M. Nyanda. He's gone for 9 runs now in his 3 overs. 81 for 2, the Titans. Kleinfeld on 27, Brevis on 9. And Patrick Kruger will continue from the Henops River end, his 3rd over. Nicely behind it, Kleinfeld. Kruger with 2 slips now. They're almost a 2nd and a 4th slip. Marco Janssen is the 2nd of those slips, and of course with those long arms, he can cover a couple of slips worth of space probably. Nicely worked off the legs by Kleinfeld. That deep square leg will cut it off and they'll come back for 2 runs. Kleinfeld goes to 29, total 83 for 2. Just an update from Potchefstroom, that SAA versus India A game, where SAA conceded a 98-run first innings lead. In their 2nd innings, they are 55 for 2. Cameron Shackleton 10 and Ruben Herriman 17, the batsman out. Oh! Kleinfeld, that was an unnecessary drive. He was rather reaching for it outside off stump. Lucky not to get the edge. Angry with himself, he walks halfway to the square leg umpire, having a stern word with himself. That was the sort of lapse in concentration that saw the skipper Neil Brunt get out a few overs ago. Time to refocus for Kleinfeld. That's better. Yasin Valley is the set man in the 2nd innings in Potch. He's on 26, not out. Oh, again the loose drive from Matthew Kleinfeld. What is going on out there? He's shown so much restraint and good judgment so far in this innings, and then just suddenly in this over, two really loose drives to back of a length deliveries outside off stump. And he's lucky to survive both of them. End of the over, 83 for 2. Kleinfeld on 29, Brevis on 9. And Mnyanda will continue from the West Lane end again to Dewald Brevis, who took 2 boundaries off his previous over. Three slips. And beautifully bowled. It finds the edge of Brevis's bat. It actually came back at him. He was punching off the back foot, and it eluded Marco Janssen at that third slip. It would have been a fantastic catch. Not 100% sure it even carried. 4 runs to Brevis though. So Brevis on to 13, 87 for 2 now. The Titans. Nyanda continues, left arm over the wicket to Brevis. Left alone, wide. The previous delivery that was edged for 4 was certainly one that Brevis had to play. It was probably just outside off stump. And moving back into the right-hander. We've seen him do that a couple of times. Yet to see him really move it the other way, away from the right-hander. Might still be coming though. Straight to mid-wicket, no run. And it really is now turning into a beautiful day at Centurion. Just a few wispy clouds about. Otherwise clear blue skies. Nice warm temperature, not too hot. And short is worked off the hip by Brevis. Square leg fumbles, easy single. Jordan Hellerman there. I think he wanted to get a throw in quickly before he actually had control of the ball. Ended up fumbling, but pretty sure there was always a run on the cards there. Brevis goes to 14, 88 for 2 now. And Matthew Kleinfeld will have to deal with a Pure Mnyanda now for what I think will be the first time in this innings. Mnyanda to the left-hander. He's still got those 3 slips. Let's see how quickly he can adjust his line. Now a little bit straight. Kleinfeld can't take advantage though. Drives to mid-on, no run. And the end of Mnyanda's 4th over, 88 for 2 after 26 overs. Now the Titans. About 10 minutes before the lunch break. And it's been an absorbing first session of this important CSA 4-day series match between the top of the Log Warriors with 59 points. They have just about a 9-point lead at the top of the standings, and we're at the halfway stage of the competition. Of course, if they had to win this game, that would give them a very handy lead at the top of the log. The Titans slipped down to 4th with their loss at Newlands. They are 15 points behind the Warriors, so a victory for them, of course, would put them very much back in contention for the 4-day title. It's just going to be a bit of a delay as a family walks across the side screen, realizes, and quickly scampers across. Dad with an apologetic wave to the cricketers as Patrick Kruger continues to Brevis, driven to cover, no run. Kruger operating with those 3 slips, a fine leg. There's a mid-wicket, a mid-on, point to cover, mid-off. Brevis trying to work that for a single leg side, but can't get it out of mid-wicket's reach. Quite a straight mid-wicket, quite close to the bat. And dealing with Khani at mid-wicket, he's already shown himself to be quite the live wire in the field. Brevis just pulling out, not quite ready. There's that good bounce again, especially from the Henops River end. Off the outside half of the bat there to point. A few cries of interest from the Warriors slips fielders. Brevis got a lot of bat on it though. To mid-on, a dot ball. To Ahmed Shams, your question on the chat on our YouTube channel, is Tony DeZorzi playing today for any front shares? No, he's resting up for the test series. His Western Province team are playing against the Dragons at Newlands. Western Province bowling first after North West won the toss, and they've had a very good morning indeed. They've reduced the Dragons to 114 for 7, and the Dragons only getting that far thanks to Vian Lubbe, their captain, lashing 43 off just 37 balls, and Miguel Pretorius, who has been, well, the form batsman of the 4-day competition, which is a very unusual thing to say considering that he's a bowler. He averages 83.33 at the moment, and he's going great guns at Newlands, 27 not out off just 14 balls. So Lubbe and Pretorius lifting the Dragons from 55 for 6 to 114 for 7. still a pretty poor position as Mjanda, that's a beauty. Just nipping away from the left-handed Kleinfeld, who was playing inside the line, not overly committing himself to playing that one. So the destroyer for Western Province has been Mtiwekwa Nabe, who has 5 for 20. Fantastic effort by the seam bowler. Western Province seemingly not missing Nandre Berger, who might well be in action later tonight for the Proteas at the Wanderers in the T20 against India. The other scores in the 4-day matches in Pietermaritzburg, the Borland Rocks winning the toss and batting first against KZN Inland Tuskers, and Borland 99 for 2. There, Peter Malone out for 46, Keegan Peterson 30 not out. It's good to see Keegan Peterson back amongst the runs this season. Batted well for SAA against West Indies A, and he will no doubt have an important role to play in the Test series against India. Down the road from Pietermaritzburg in Durban, the Dolphins are playing the Central Gauteng Lions. That one, that was the other one that came back into the left-hander. We saw him bowl several in-swingers to the right-handed Brevis, but showing there he's got the other one too. Anyway, the Dolphins winning the toss and batting first at Kingsmead against the Lions. 125 for 1, a very good start by them. Half centuries unbeaten for Tsapang Dutole and Marcus Ackerman. Fuller on leg stump. Kleinfeld can't beat mid on though. And in Test cricket on the go today, Australia versus Pakistan in Perth. It's stumps on the first day, and a very good day for Australia. And David Warner in particular, who's been under a lot of attention in recent weeks. Australia 346 for 5 after winning the toss and batting first. David Warner 164 of those runs. And that's a good way to end the over for Piriam Nyanda. 88 for 2, 28 overs gone. Kleinfeld on 29, Brevis on 14. So Australia 346 for 5 at stumps, Warner 164, and then there was 41 from Usman Khawaja and 40 from Travis Head. So Pakistan have actually done quite well to get a few wickets in the final session. At one stage Australia were 238 for 2. So Pakistan fighting back a little bit there. A couple of wickets for Amir Jamal, the paceman who is making his Test debut for Pakistan today.
You're getting tired now. It's almost lunchtime.
And Patrick Kruger will bowl what will probably be the last over before lunch here at Centurion. A little bit of bounce, a little bit of seam movement away by Kruger. Brevis did well to leave that one well alone. 3 slips and the wicketkeeper waiting for any edge, and the Warriors have also brought in a shortish cover now, just to give Brevis Something extra to think about. He does like to go quite hard at the ball. That's a nice firm drive all the way along the ground to cover, no run. Warriors perhaps hoping for a firm push uppishly to that shortish extra cover. There's a man back 10 yards in from the square leg boundary. It's the slightly longer boundary on the leg side, bowling from the Henops River end. Uppish drive, edged through where Gully would have been. That one definitely took off from Kruger and flew off Brevis's bat. He's lucky there was no fielder there. He gets 4 runs, takes him to 18, the total 92 for 2. Not even the very long arms of Marco Janssen could reel that one in. So Brevis has got to 18. I wouldn't say it's been all smooth sailing for the very talented young man. A couple of edged boundaries. Mnyanda's bowled really well to him. Good leave by Brevis. Oh, he's really hit that drive hard, but into the stumps at the other end. And then ricocheting to mid-off, so Brevis gets nothing from one of the more aggressive shots he's played in his innings so far. And that is the end of the over and the end of the morning session here at SuperSport Park. Day 1, Titans versus Warriors. Titans won the toss and elected to bat first. And they'll be satisfied. They've reached 92 for 2 at the lunch break, and they've lost the wickets of Dean Elgar, who inside edge bears Swanepoel into his own stumps. Elgar out for 4. We then had a very useful partnership between Neil Brunt and Matthew Kleinfeld. They put on 50 for the second wicket before Neil Brunt, the Titans skipper, played a really loose shot outside off stump, edge to third slip off Ronaldo Meyer, caught by Marco Janssen. Brunt out for 32. Since then, Matthew Kleinfeld has kept going very solidly. He's on 29 not out, and Dewar Brevis is on 14 not out. Or rather 18 not out after that boundary. So 92 for 2 the Titans. The Warriors, perhaps their bowling could have been a little bit more consistent to take advantage of the early assistance. Just a bit of seam movement and there was swing, but they'll be reasonably content that they picked up a couple of wickets this morning. Their bowling figures, Marco Janssen, he spluttered a bit really, to be fair, not at his best. 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 31. Bear Swanepoel made the early breakthrough, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. Ronaldo Meyer, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17. He was good. Piwe Mnyanda, the 19-year-old left-arm debutant, very impressive. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. And Patrick Kruger has done a very tidy job as well. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. So 92 for 2 it is for the Titans at lunch here at SuperSport Park. Do join us. We'll be back on air at just before 10 to 1. Welcome back to SuperSport Park Centurion on the first day of the CSA 4-day series match between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the Dafabet Warriors. I'm Ken Borland, and the Titans are just about to start the second session on 92 for 2, having won the toss and elected to bat. Marco Jansen is in to Matthew Kleinfeldt. And that's a good start from Jansen, who didn't have the happiest morning. Bowled 7 overs for 31 runs. Had to switch ends to this West Lane end that he's bowling from now. Had a catch dropped off his bowling. Was pretty wayward at times. But he started the afternoon session well with a good delivery to Kleinfeldt, who's on 29 not out. Dewald Brevis is with him on 18. 2 slips on a gully for Jansen. And that came back quite a bit to the left-hander. Bit of excitement around that off stump for the Warriors. Having started the day with a lot of cloud cover at Centurion, it's now almost entirely blue sky, so a wonderful afternoon lies ahead. The spectators have probably grown, doubled, I'd say, to a couple dozen. Beautiful way to spend an afternoon. Jansen in the game to Kleinfeldt. Can't beat mid-wicket with that work off the hip. So the wickets to fall this morning. Dean Elgar was the first to go. He was out in the 4th over. Played on against Bayers Sonnepoel. Elgar scored just 4. His first ball, he stroked through the covers for 4 off Marco Jansen, but failed to add to his tally. There was then a 50-run partnership between Neil Brunt, the Titans captain, and Matthew Kleinfeldt before Neil Brunt drove loosely outside off stump, having shown great restraint previously, and was caught in the slips off Ronaldo Mayo for 32. Cover point getting across quickly to do the fielding there. Andile Mokhakani, very quick across the field. He's been good in the covers today for the Warriors. There's a hook from Matthew Kleinfeldt, one bounce to fine leg. Marco Jansen, arms on his head, that was uppish from Kleinfeldt. He gets a single for it though, goes to 30, 93 for 2 now, the Titans. And for the first time today, Dewald Brevis will be facing Marco Jansen. Earlier in the day, the Warriors had a deep square leg for Matthew Kleinfeldt. I think it was the bowling of Ronaldo Mayo, so Kleinfeldt in the hook shots is clearly something the Warriors are thinking about. And there's a bouncer from Jansen. Ill-directed though, down leg, didn't really get up that much. And that ends the first over after the lunch break. The Titans have added 1 run, 93 for 2 after 30 overs. Just running through the Warriors' bowling figures. Marco Jansen has now just bowled his 8th over. 1 maiden, none for 32. Bayers Sonnepoel took the first wicket. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. Ronaldo Mayo was good, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 17. Piwe Mjanda, a 19-year-old left-arm fast bowler, making his first-class debut, and he was very impressive. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 14. And Patrick Kruger did a good job too, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13. But starting us off after lunch from the Henops River end is going to be Bayers Sonnepoel again. He'll have 2 slips. Marco Jansen not quite at a gully, he's at more at a 4th slip and very close to the bat. Work to mid-wicket, no run. This SuperSport Park pitch a little bit slow on the first day. It will quicken up as we get more sunshine. So Slips and Wicketkeeper are quite close to the bat. Sonapur around the wicket, targeting the stumps, good delivery. Kleinveld solid in defence as he has been for nearly 2 hours at the crease now. He came in just 14 minutes into the day's play after Dean Elgar was dismissed in the 4th over. Used to opening the batting, of course, Kleinveld. It's a good leave, good bounce by Sonapur, just outside off stump. Left because of that bounce by Kleinveld, was angled into him. Good judgment though by the experienced left-hander. That one a bit straighter. Kleinveld has to play solidly again. And we have our first bit of crowd participation in the day. A few people on the grass banks under the chalets doing a little chant of "Let's go, Titans." And a hook from Kleinveld. That's going to run away to the boundary just behind square leg. Very well executed by Kleinveld. He'll go to 34 and 100 up for the Titans. Or is it? No, it's 97 for 2. I'm jumping the gun a little bit there. Matthew Kleinveld with the 7th boundary of his innings. And a square leg is now gone into place, as well as a fine leg. And that's the end of Sonapur's first over of the afternoon. 97 for 2 then. Kleinveld on 34, Brevis on 18 not out, who will have strike for the next over. Marco Jansen to continue. Two slips. And the man who was standing at almost a 4th slip, just shuffling a bit closer now that he's pretty much at 3rd slip. Jansen into Brevis. Oh, beautiful delivery. Yeah, Brevis makes like he left it, but he was beaten there. Fantastic line, just outside off stump from Jansen. Bit of bounce. He was poking a bit there. Good length by Jansen. He can bowl that length. It draws the batsman forward, and then with his height, he gets the extra bounce. He's made a good start to the afternoon session, Marco Jansen. It's a handsome drive from Dewald Brevis. But Rudy Second, the Warriors captain, is very quickly across at the mid-off to cut that off. Jansen going shorter and Brevis playing it under his armpit. Always thinking about how he can get a run off a delivery, Dewald Brevis. Such a positive batsman. You could see him just trying to work that for a single. Unfortunately, he couldn't. But positivity, even in defence, such an important part of batting. Marco Jansen is now going to switch to around the wicket to Brevis. Just having a little chat with his captain, Rudy Second. Don't think there's going to be any change to the field. Well, the third slip has gone a little bit wider. Probably now at a fourth slip. Brevis nicely in behind that. So Dewald Brevis, an important innings this, just for his confidence. He hasn't had the greatest Red Bull season so far. Has made a couple of half centuries, but averaging just 26.8 before this innings. Off the pad, down the leg side. Jansen, I think, going for the block hole ball there and just sliding it down leg, and 4 leg byes to the Titans total. And now their 100 is up. It's taken them 3 hours of batting, 195 balls, and there have been 18 fours off the bat in that tally. Up in the 32nd over. That's even further down leg from Jansen. End of the 32nd over, so Titans run rate is a healthy 3.2 to the over. Not bad for the first morning and a little bit of the afternoon. Swanepoel resumes from the Henops River end. So there's also been a switch of ends for him. He started this morning, took the second over of the day from the West Lane end, but with Jansen struggling at the Henops River end and switching to West Lane. Swanepoel also switching. Came very wide, that delivery, really angling it into Matthew Kleinfeldt. There's a deep square leg in place now for Kleinfeldt, as well as the fine leg. 3 slips, 3 in the covers. Again, very wide, Swanepoel. Almost in danger of going over the return crease there, which would be a no ball, of course. Oh, that's what Swanepoel was looking for. He came a little bit closer to the stumps there. The ball that bounces and just holds its line, beautifully bowled. And Matthew Kleinfeldt well beaten there. Whistled past the edge of the bat. Super bowling by Bayer Swanepoel. Pushed out to mid-on, no run. Just a bit of a breeze picking up at SuperSport Park now. It came back quite sharply at Kleinfeld. He did well to keep it out. Pushed to Minon, no run. The wind blowing across the pitch. Towards the slips as Sonapur is bowling at the moment. But still angling it into the left-hander. And that ends a good over by Bayers Sonapur. Maiden over, 101 for 2 Titans after 33 overs. This partnership worth 36. Titans will be mindful. One of the things they have struggled a bit this season is batsmen getting starts and not really going on to big scores. Dean Elgar has got 200s this season, however, and Rivaldo Moonsamy 1. But just looking at the other averages of the top order batsmen, as Janssen into Brevis. Nice firm punch, but straight to extra cover. Before this match, Neil Brunt averaging 18, Dewald Brevis 26. Donovan Ferreira, who's with the Proteas, averaging 33. Matthew Kleinfeld 22. Sibonela Makanya 18. So the top order hasn't really fired for the Titans. They've been fairly reliant on the runs of Dean Elgar. And Brevis drives hard, but excellent fielding by Javesh and Pillay. Diving, get a hands to it. Pushes it to his captain, Rudy second. But they do scamper through for a single. Brevis will go to 19. And the total 102 for 2. Rivaldo Moonsamy is the other batsman who's done well for the Titans this season. He's got 100.5 century, averaging 53. As Janssen switches to over the wicket now to Kleinfeld. The bouncer left alone by Kleinfeld. He did hook in the previous over and win one bounce to fine leg. There's a man at mid-wicket and a fine leg for Janssen, so I don't think a particular plan to get him on the hook, but like any good fast bowler, Marco Janssen just throwing in the bouncer every now and then to keep Kleinfeld honest. And then the full ball, play and a miss. Kleinfeld on the drive. That couldn't have been too far away from the edge either. Bit more leg side this time, but Kleinfeld pushes it straight to mid-on, no run. And a tidy end to the Marco Janssen over. He's been a lot more consistent after lunch. 10 overs now for 33 runs. Titans 102 for 2. Kleinfeld on 34. Brevis on 19. And just to update you on some of the other 4-day games that are underway today around South Africa. In Pietermaritzburg, the KZN Inland Tuskers are taking on the Rocks from Boland. Boland won the toss, elected to bat, and they've made their way to 141 for 3. Keegan Peterson, the test batsman, going well on 47 not out. Here's Sonapur to Brevis. Down the road at Kingsmead in Durban, and the Lions have taken a second wicket against the Dolphins, but Marcus Ackerman is still going very strong there. He's on 91 not out of just 115 deliveries, as the Dolphins are 169 for 2. Tapang Detoli, the man out for 59. Sonapur also keeping things nice and tight from the Henops River end. And then the one place where bowlers are certainly holding sway today is at Newlands in Cape Town, where the Northwest Dragons won the toss and elected to bat first. But they have slumped to 139 for 7, with Mtiwe Kaya Nabe taking 5 for 20. Brevis punched firmly but straight to mid-off. Quite wide at mid-off, almost extra cover. And that poor total of 139 for 7 is largely down to just 2 batsmen for Northwest. Vian Luba made 43, and Miguel Pretorius is continuing his incredible season with the bat. He's 44 not out off just 32 balls. Effort delivery from Sonapur. Could hear the grunt up here in the media centre as he delivered. One of the nicer media centres in the cricketing world here at SuperSport Park. Very spacious, out in the open. Feel close to the action. That one back into Brevis. Well defended though. The Warriors certainly making a very good start with the ball after lunch. Probably more consistent than they were at the start of the day with the new ball, this pair, Sonapur and Janssen. Brevis, he's got that to the right of mid-on, to the left of mid-on rather, lovely stroke. And away it goes for 4 to end the over. Brevis will go to 23 not out, the total 106 for 2. And as I look in the direction of where that ball landed up, to the southeast of SuperSport Park, just see poking their heads above the hills towards the East Rand the first signs of some thunderclouds, cumulonimbus. Still a long way away, of course, but perhaps later this afternoon, early evening, there might be some thunder showers. Of course, there's a big game of cricket tonight down the road at the Wanderers in Johannesburg, South Africa versus India, the third T20. Marco Jansen, released from that squad to play this red ball game, is into Kleinveld. Oh goodness, that was very close to off stump. Jansen can't believe he didn't hit the off stump. Kleinveld plays that one solidly. Janssen in again to Kleinveld. Again, a good leave. Just outside that little stump. Marco Janssen playing in this game along with Gerald Coetzee for the Titans. Important members of the Proteas test attack just so they can get some decent red ball preparation in before the first test that starts in this ground, at this ground on Boxing Day. Wide driven, rebound off second slip, taken my first. Oh, it was a bit of a sucker-mud delivery from Marco Janssen, full and wide, swinging away. Kleinveld went for it, he edged it to second slip, who dropped it but at least punched it upwards for Diego Rozier to run backwards and take the rebound. Matthew Kleinveld gone for 34. After 3 hours at the crease, he's mostly been pretty patient, Matthew Kleinveld, but he just couldn't resist the full and wide delivery from Janssen, swinging away. Clever bowling by Janssen. And the Warriors slip cord and combining. A good tag play there. Diego Rossier alert at first slip to clean up the rebound. So 106 for 3 now. The Titans, an important wicket soon after lunch for the Warriors, and it's been reward for some really good pressure bowling by Janssen and Swanepoel. As coming to the wicket now for the Titans is Sibonela Makanya, another man who has a bit of a struggle this season in 4-day cricket. Just 112 runs in his 6 innings, average of 18.66. He's made the 1.5 century. But important that he plays an innings of some substance here for the Titans. Again, another batsman doing all the hard work. Brunt made 32, Kleinveld 34 now. They've done the hard work, they've gotten, but they've failed to make the sort of substantial score that will really back up the Titans' decision to bat first on this opening day. 106 for 3, the Warriors with a timely wicket. Marco Janssen's first of the match, as he will go back to bowling around the wicket to the right-handed Makanya. So 2 right-handers at the crease now in Makanya and Brevis. 3 slips. Makanya just does his stretching exercises and he's ready to go to face the first ball from Marco Janssen. Sees it off, applying it to point, no run. Oh, leg side by Janssen, nicely put away by Makanya, but there is a deep square leg already in place for him right at the start of his innings. So just a single for Sibonela Makanya. He's off the mark. End of the over, 107 for 3. And it's a great pleasure to welcome Zahir Adams alongside me, the ever hard-working Zahir Adams. He's come straight from Willamore Park, where he's been commentating on the Africa Cup T20. Good afternoon, Zahir. What happened in Benoni this morning?
Good afternoon, Ken. Feels like I'm on the great trek of the Highveld at the moment, going from east to west, but west to east, I should say. But yeah, it was quite an interesting game. Mozambique versus Malawi. Never thought I'd commentate on such juggernauts of world cricket, but it's fascinating game. Went down to the last over actually. So really good performance. Malawi eventually getting over the line, but very happy to be at the picturesque Centurion Park, SuperSport Park.
Yeah. And for those of you wondering why we are parachuting a man straight into the match at the start of the second session, I can assure you Zaire Adams has always got his finger on the pulse of domestic cricket. As Sonapul into Makanya, just defending, goes behind the wicket to Janssen.
As I arrived, Ken, I just saw Marco Jansen running in for the Warriors, and what a sight that is to see one of the, you could say, a Proteas star at the moment playing domestic cricket. It just adds different dynamic to the game, bowling up against the likes of Dewald Brevis. That's what first-class cricket should be about.
Absolutely, and here's one of the upcoming stars, Bears Sonapul. Good ball, good leave by Makanya. Yeah, Marco Jansen struggled a bit this morning, but he's been a lot better after lunch. I'm really looking forward to seeing Gerald Coetzee running and bowl fast for the Titans later.
That would be his first game for the Titans, wouldn't it be?
Absolutely,
yeah.
A much anticipated debut for Gerald Coetzee. And you mentioned Janssen to Brevis. It's a wonderful matchup, but I'll tell you, one of the highlights of the morning was seeing Apiwe Mnyandi. Good lead by Makanya. Apiwe Mnyandi, 19-year-old, on debut, left arm quick, bowling to Dewald Brevis, his former under-19 teammate. And that was a good contest as well.
So wonderful cricket here, brought to you by Pitch Vision on YouTube. It's really a fantastic innovation, the fact that you can stream domestic cricket matches all around the world, no matter where. I mean, I was just in Turkey and I watched a bit of cricket, thanks to you, Ken. So, yeah, it's wonderful innovation.
And thanks too to the Titans for their support that makes this all possible.
Just Bears Sonapul, definitely one of the finds in South African domestic cricket over the last couple of seasons. He just rose to prominence last season with bat and ball, stood up in big occasions for the Warriors, earned a SAA call-up and a SA20 call-up. So it just shows things do happen if you put in the hard yards. Still in South African cricket?
Yeah, I was delighted to see him snapped up by the Warriors, because I'd been tracking his progress for Northern Cape in Division 2. And he was a guy who was scoring big hundreds and taking wickets with a new ball, and that sort of talent clearly deserves a greater exposure, and he's just come on leaps and bounds. Another great signing by Robin Peterson, who I'll ask you about after this delivery. Makanya, he had a fiddle at that. Lucky to survive. Yes, you know Robin Peterson well. Wonderful coach, and I think one of his strengths has been that he's recruited very well for this Warriors team, hasn't he?
Absolutely. I think it's actually a partnership there between Robbie P and also his assistant Bakir Abrams. So Bakir has been he's also been at the Nelson Mandela University for many years, seen plenty of club champs and university weeks, and where you often spot these these raw diamonds, and together they're thinking around the game and what the brand of cricket they want to play, and particularly identifying specific players who fit that brand, and they've done really well in unearthing young talent, and they've also have this knack of getting guys who haven't really had much game time elsewhere and giving them a new lease of life. A guy like Jordan Harriman, who was here at the Titans, very strong Titans batting unit, couldn't quite get into the starting 11 on a regular basis. He said, come down to Port Elizabeth. So that's definitely their modus operandi.
Renata Meyer has replaced Janssen, just chipped out to cover point by Brevis. Marco Janssen gets a wicket and is
hauled out of the attack.
Yeah. Perhaps he has some workload limits that the Proteas management have put in place. We don't know.
Equally, a guy like Ronaldo Meyer, he was down in the Cape for a while. He was also in SVD, and he was also just wandering around, and Robbie P and Parker gave him a home, and he's picked up a few, got a 5 in the last round as well. So definitely working hard down there in Kabeja.
That one didn't really get up. It was quite short. he was unable to put it away. Yeah, Ronaldo Meyer bowled very nicely this morning. 8 wickets in the previous game against the Lions, which the Warriors won convincingly. And you mentioned Jordan Herman. Very surprised that the Titans let him go, to be honest. You mentioned, obviously, they had a powerful batting lineup at the time, but what they would do, I think, for a man of Herman's quality at the moment, because their batting has not been entirely convincing this season.
Another one to come down to the Eastern Cape was actually Marco Jansen. If you remember, he was up at the Knights, wasn't getting regular game time there as well, was basically just out of school. And Robbie P saw this 2 meter tall beanpole and said, I'm sure I can do something with him, bring him down there. And we've seen the development of these youngsters, guys like Tristan Stubbs as well. We see him playing for South Africa now. So really something's happening down there in Kebeha.
Bevis gets hold of that one, but he can't beat the cut straight mid-wicket there. Hit it hard, but on the bounce.
I think the only thing lacking there for the Nken is actually winning some silverware. They were primed for the One Day Cup final and then had a bit of a blowout in that final game against Northwest. Got it old for 90. Just needed to lose by less than a bonus to actually qualify, and then just crashed and burnt in that final game to give them a shot. So I think that's something that they finished second twice in the Sunfall Series, or at least the CSA 4-day competition now. So definitely something to look forward to. Just getting over the final hurdle.
Yeah, they've been desperately unlucky, really, in the 4-day competitions. The last 2 seasons, weather stymied them in the one game. They missed out by just like 1.5 points or something. Both seasons really, really close, and one really feels that they need to win silverware soon, so it doesn't become this thing.
Yes, I mean, with Robbie P also joining MI Cape Town as the head coach and Barkett as assistant coach of Sunrisers, the other things looming. So
that certainly spat up a bit from Ronaldo Meyer. He's just medium pace, but there's certainly a bit of bounce in this SuperSport Park pitch, as there always is. 107 for 3. Zaya, I must admit, I mean, I would love to see Robin Peterson involved at a national level. I mean, I think he's such a good coach with such visionary ideas, but I have to acknowledge that he's one of those wonderful vehicles in our game for the development of talent. I mean, you mentioned Marco Jansen, mentioned Tristan Stubbs. I think the work he's doing with these young players, Matthew Brietska, just come through now. I think he's playing a really, really valuable role in South African cricket.
Absolutely, and that's my fear, that because I know he applied for the director of cricket post, which was available after Graham Smith left, and it was taken by Enoch Nokwe, and he was quite disappointed at the time. He felt that he's gone to Manchester. He's got a master's in sports psychology and sports administration as well. So he's done the hard yards. He's not only from a cricket perspective where he's looked to improve himself. He's gone about his all-round managerial skills, and that's why he was originally general manager at the Mumbai Indians Cape Town.
Swanepoel, and that's just left alone by Makanya.
So I do fear that he's got plenty of links in England as well. He played in Derbyshire, and that somebody else could snap him up if South African cricket doesn't quite realise the resources they have at their disposal. So, but fantastic work at the moment, and it's lovely to see your former players who've played international cricket do the hard yards in domestic cricket. It's quite simple to sit up and do what we do in the commentary box, and and give our views and our opinions without much, whereas if you're coaching, it's your job on the line. So it's good to see that he's doing those yards.
Yeah, you and I have both had the privilege of talking cricket with Robin Peterson. I think anyone who gets the chance,
He loves a phone call. He loves a phone call, doesn't he?
With both hands, a real visionary and some really, really interesting forward-thinking ideas on the game. Oh, that kept it a little bit low, and Makanya slashing it. It's beaten wicketkeeper Kashile, and I think hurt him a bit as well. They're going to get a bye. Takes it to 108 for 3. Kashile just looking at his hand. His fingers taking a bit of a battering there. He's had a busy day with quite a few leg side deliveries.
Tough being a wicketkeeper. You take off the gloves and you see all the tape around the fingers. It's a bit like asking a fast bowler about his toes. Are they ever in good shape?
Oh, awkward bounce for cover. It's beaten him, and that'll run away to the boundary for 4 for Dewalt Beres. Very firmly struck. He goes to 27, 112 for 3 now.
Ken, we've spoken plenty about the Warriors, but to see this young man in whites, just in whites, is a wonderful sight. I think we all know the potential that he has and the opportunities he has all around the world. I think he's just come back from the Abu Dhabi T10, if I'm not mistaken. So to actually put together an innings would be a really good thing to see today.
And that's very nicely clipped off his pads this time. It's beaten mid-wicket, who is giving chase, but it'll be in vain. Back-to-back boundaries for Dewalt Beres.
I think he's definitely going to be keen after his last visit to Cape Town as well. He missed out on both occasions over there. Actually went down to Newlands to go watch him a bit, and unfortunately didn't last too long. But hopefully he makes the trip to Centurion worthwhile.
Yes, well, we mentioned his pair at Newlands when
he came out to bat.
Came to the wicket after the first 80 minutes of play this morning. It took him a while to get off the mark today. It was a bit of a nervous time. Clearly,
still edgy from the last day.
Yeah, there was a bit of anxiety around the pair. But just wonderful that Dewalt Beres has committed himself to play 4-day cricket.
I think
the Titans.
I think it's important for a young man to have the right people around him at this stage of the career, and to give him those messages. And
Ronaldo Meyer is continuing, and as he has been most of the day, just very straight at the stumps, keeping the batsman quiet. Were you surprised that Beres was not included in the Proteas T20 squad?
Absolutely. I think I thought he would be the one partnering Reza Hendricks up front, and I do know they're keen on him on that middle order role, batting 4-5. But I just felt that Dewalt Beres against India, I mean, that's blockbuster stuff, isn't it?
Fuller from Mayer, a bit of shape as well, nicely driven by Makanya, but went off. Gets across, no run. Yeah, certainly in terms of eyeballs.
Yeah.
It would have been an attractive prospect. Do you feel that maybe it's a bit of a difficulty in his career at the moment that there's no definite clarity on whether he's better opening the batting or batting at 4 or 5?
Absolutely. I think as a young man, I know he doesn't like being called Baby AB, but there's just so much that is reminiscent of AB's career at that stage. If you remember, Ken.
That's a nice tickle by Makanya. He's got that away. The lead glance. Fine leg is pretty wide, and that's 4 runs to Makanya. Takes him to 5, 120 for 3 now, the Titans.
If you remember correctly, AB, when he started, I think he batted at 7 in one test match. The next one he opened the batting, then he was in the middle. So it was very much a similar a similar way that AB was dealt with, because he was just so good, you didn't know exactly where was best for him. But and then somebody pulled him aside and said, you know what, you're batting number 4 for South Africa. You're going to be the best batter in the world. That's where you're going to be. And I think that's somebody needs to have that conversation with Dewalt Beres. And I think it might just be the Proteas test coach who might call him aside, and they share a fairly good relationship.
Meyer in again to Makanya, or left alone. Well, if anyone's going to lay down the laws, it's perhaps a bit strong, strong way of putting it, but Shukri Conrad is certainly someone who is not scared to have an opinion, and no doubt he'll have an opinion on what's best for Beres' future, and obviously in white ball cricket that will be in consultation with Rob Walter.
I do think that in T20s, I think him batting up in the power play is just so explosive. The way he takes on that new ball. The counter argument to that is he actually plays spin very well, and you want to see him in those middle overs where he's able to still find the boundary despite all the field being out, and that's quite the dilemma at the moment. But I would have gone Dewald Brevis ahead of Matthew Britsche. I think he's probably done more in the T20 format, particularly maybe not in the other formats as Britsche, but particularly in the T20 format, I think Dewald's definitely done a little bit more.
Yeah, certainly one would think Brevis has a higher profile and maybe a higher ceiling than Matthew Britsche in T20.
And if you watch that record-breaking innings last season, was it 162 or 57 balls? That was amazing, and just the way he accelerates through his innings, and to get it such a big 100 in T20 cricket, it's and that's why I think just the more he plays at that level, the better he'll become.
Well, I've already seen tremendous growth in Brevis's game as the 40th over ends. Titans 120 for 3. In the One Day Cup this season, he played an innings here at SuperSport Park where he scored 100 with very little support from the rest of the Titans batting. They did end up losing the game.
Is that against Northwest?
Yeah, I think it was
the Dragons.
Northwest.
Yeah, against the Dragons.
He played the situation so well. Got himself in, made sure he didn't get out, took it deep. It was devastating at the end. It should have been a match-winning innings, but the
rest of his mates didn't help out.
let him down. So there is growth in his game, and even the way he's playing here today. Pretty watchful, getting himself in. He's gone to 31 not out already. Maybe he'll be the Titans batsman to convert a start into something substantial, as we have a P.O.M. Mnyanda back into the attack to Brevis. Oh, gorgeous punch off the back foot. There is a deep point in place though, so it'll just be a single. So Mnyanda has switched ends. He bowled a very impressive first spell of 5 overs from the West Lane end. He's bowling from the Hennox River end now. My first real look at a P.O.M. Mnyanda, and I've been impressed. I hear you've seen much of him.
I haven't seen much of him, unfortunately. Haven't the Warriors? The only game they were down in Cape Town, unfortunately, was rained out. But yes, I haven't really seen much of him. But it does look like a nice, good frame on him, good prospect.
Yeah, he's. I was saying earlier this morning that he's got a nice smooth run up. It's all very easy. I think he's one of those guys who's quicker than he looks. I think he hits the bat. He bowls a heavy ball.
You also want bowlers who have repeatable actions, who don't put too much strain on their bodies.
Yeah, it does look all very nice and easy for the 19-year-old left armour.
There's quite a few left armers coming through, young prospects. Obviously, the big one, Quena Mapaka at the Lions. He's off with the SA Under-19 team to the World Cup, which is going to be held here in South Africa. So lovely to see that the fast bowling conveyor belt of South Africa is still churning them out.
Yeah, in 5 years' time we could have a test attack of Janssen, Mapaka, Mnyanda.
Could see.
Gerald could see her, yeah.
It's not too shabby at all. I think we often forget that Marco Jansen is only 23 years old. He's developed at such a rate. It was only 2 seasons ago, was it year against India, the very same India, where he charged in on his debut, and he's developed with a ball, developed with a bat, and the fact that Gerald could see him actually the same age, and Gerald's very much seen as just beginning his international career, where plenty of responsibilities on the shoulders of Marco Jansen.
Yeah, one thing, no ball bowled by Mnyanda. For all the troubles that South African cricket has had in recent years, and I know a lot of people are a bit down on the game in this country, a bit unfairly. The one thing we don't lack is talent. That's for sure.
Absolutely. I think we always, I think just, and that's down to the pipeline that Cricket South Africa has, and then particularly the school systems. We have some wonderful cricket playing schools here in the country that produce really competitive action on every single weekend. So as long as we continue to produce talent, I think always be there and thereabouts. How we get over that semi-final hurdle, that's a different conversation altogether.
So just looking at the chat on our YouTube channel, thank you very much, Lawrence Bailey, for your kind words to Ken, to myself and Zahir. Hello, Cricket Fanatics magazine. Good to have you listening. And Vanna Erasmus, who will be commentating on one of the days here. Oh, that's a no ball and could have been a wide as well. That really bounced out of reach of the batsman.
Just seems the youngsters lost a bit of rhythm from that end. It's his second no ball of the over.
Yeah, Janssen also struggled from that end. I feel a bit sorry for him. He bowled very well from the West Lane end, but now having to adapt to Henop's River end, not quite going as smoothly.
Probably be his first time down at Centurion, just working out the angles.
And that's a good meaty hook shot by Simonela Makanya. You can hear it crash into the sideboards on the bounce. 4 runs to Makanya, takes him to 9, 127 for 3. And Lawrence Bailey just pointing out that Dewap Brevis was also unlucky not to make the one-day squad, never mind the T20 squad.
Do follow Lawrence Bailey on the social medias. He's a very avid cricket follower. He follows domestic cricket and international cricket very closely. So
yes, definitely worth a follow on social media, Lawrence Bailey.
Cricket Fanatics in there in the comments as well. Our good friend Khalid Mohidin, he's still going strong.
May continue down the leg side. Brevis will be unhappy that he missed out on that one. Yeah, Cricket Fanatics magazine based in Cape Town, which made me remember what I wanted to say earlier when you mentioned rain in Cape Town. Jeepers, I feel really sorry for Cape Town cricket fans. There's actually been so little cricket down there halfway through the summer.
There's a 4-day game going on right now, but just in terms of of international cricket, we've just got one test match. The fantastic news, the newest test match is back, but there's no ODIs, no T20s.
And it's too wide for Mayer. He's spared one down leg and one out, well outside off stump now.
Not even getting the women's side down in Cape Town at the moment. There's a ODI in Paarl next week, Thursday, which should definitely bring in the locals. Always a wonderful ground to go and watch cricket. Just not too far out of the main city. But yeah, definitely starved of international cricket and basically just feasting on the success of Western Province this season. Had to get that in there.
Yes, well, Western Province are having a magnificent season so far. Brevis can't beat the straight mid wicket. And I think it's fair to say also that Cape Town probably has the best cricket fans in the country, the most supportive. So yeah, our sympathies for them to them for
Absolutely.
the lack of cricket.
Yeah.
And speaking of Western Province, the game at Newlands, Northwest are rallying a bit. They're now 173 for 7. There's an 87-run partnership on the go for the 8th wicket. Mikael Prince 33 not out, and Miguel Pretorius 62 not out, extending his lead at the top of the batting averages.
With just 47 balls as with 12 boundaries. So he's decided the best way to defend is to attack as Miguel Pretorius.
Well, he is a man with supreme confidence at the moment with the bat. He's been considered a bowler all the time, maybe a bowling all-rounder. But at the moment, that's his third half century of the season to go with 100. He was averaging 83 before this match.
So he's definitely going. He's over 100 at the moment. It's just wonderful to see these young men putting up their hands. Mikael Prince, obviously Cape Town born and bred, the nephew of Kasim Adams, batting coach of Western Province. So bit of family rivalry going down there at the moment.
And of course, Kasim Adams, who made many runs on this ground for the Titans. Full from Mayer, very nice drive, but excellent fielding. Got across so quickly there, Diego Rozier, and certainly saved a boundary.
Yeah, Kasim Adams definitely enjoyed his time up here. Actually under Rob Walter, if not back then, for the Sky Blues. Really resurrected his career. Played a few games for South Africa A. Came very close to national selection once upon a time. After a couple of good tours down under as well.
Yeah, he turned it also into a very good finisher in white ball cricket for the Titans. Brevis has got not all of that, I'm afraid. It's just running to fine leg for a single. Takes Brevis to 34, the total 33 to Brevis, 128 for 3. Yeah, Kasim Adams, unfortunately, his career cut short a bit by an eye injury.
Yeah.
He certainly had at least a couple more seasons to offer.
He's still playing club cricket.
Yeah.
Still playing club cricket down at Primrose and coach still. So runs away on the Saturday of the Western Province game and pads up and comes back in the afternoon. But I remember he was basically a like-for-like replacement for Faji Bihardin when he left for international duty, and he obviously Titans legend down here, winning many competitions for the Sky Blues, and Kasim filled that role quite impeccably while he was doing his time here.
Exactly right. Member of quite a few trophy winning teams for the Titans.
Loved coming down to Cape Town and beating Western Province, that's for sure, I remember. Or the Cobras back then.
I did mention that this morning, that the Titans' last match was a heavy defeat at Newlands against Western Province, and it changed the momentum of that fixture, because in recent years the Titans have always done well at Newlands.
Yes, they have.
But
won some One Day Cup trophies there as well.
Western Province certainly resurgent this season. Winners of the One Day Cup in the most emphatic fashion. They totally dominated that competition. They, for their form, it's nicely punched by Brevis, but he can't beat mid-off. They're sixth on the log, but certainly still well in contention. They've got 40.5 points, so 19 points behind the Warriors. Nothing that a victory
The opening game,
can't fix.
The opening game against the Lions was actually a very good advert for 4-day cricket. It was two high quality teams, and it was, the difference in the game was fairly marginal up until the very end.
Getting it beautifully driven by Brevis, just punched, and he's picked the gap between cover point and cover. Away it goes for 4. Takes him to 37 not out, and the total 132 for 3 now.
Ken, I'd like to ask you about Brevis's batting partner, Sibonele Makanya. There's so much potential there that we've seen over the years, glimpses of it at various times, but how does he just transfer that into consistency at this level?
Yeah, he's just gone off the boil a little bit this season. The 2 previous seasons he's been really good for the Titans in both white and red ball cricket. Not as well timed, that drive by Brevis, and it skews out to backward point, no run. Yeah, the 4-day cricket wise, it's been a struggle for him. He's got 112 runs in 6 innings, got the 150, but he looks good at the crease. You can see the potential, but then just getting out, which, to be fair, is the story of a lot of the Titans.
That's bad as at the moment.
Yeah.
It's unlike the Titans of yesteryear. They were generally, when they get in, they really cash in and make.
It's another no ball by Mnyanda. He's just hasn't quite been the same bowler since he switched to the Hennops River end. He's also now switched to around the wicket to the right-hander.
It's been interesting to see that whenever Brevis is on strike, there's a deep square leg and a fine leg. So clearly, the feeling within the Warriors camp that is an opportunity to dismiss him on the short ball.
And yet they haven't bowled that many short deliveries at him, so one wonders when it's coming. Just a good line and length from Mnyanda. Just looking at the other scores around the country. In Pietermaritzburg, the Boland Rocks are batting first against the KZN Inland Tuskers. They've lost another couple of wickets, 183 for 5. Keegan Peterson, unfortunately, out for 57.
He's been in some decent form of late.
That's very nicely clipped by Dafabet Brevis, but that deep square leg will keep it down to just a single.
I think Keegan Peterson, he's definitely been in decent form of late. Got a 100 for the SAA side and also a couple of 50s of late. So it was good in the one-day comp as well, leading run scorer for the Boland Rock. So definitely shaping up nicely for the Indian series.
Yeah, I think he'll be a key batsman against that Indian attack. He did well against them
2 years ago.
Yeah.
Was player of the series. Was really stood up at the Wanderers and then at Newlands again. Still searching for that elusive Test 100. He's got a couple of 70s, but definitely would be wanting to get that off his shoulders.
Yeah, if one can criticise him, it would be his conversion rate, not just at international level, but in first-class cricket as well. Oh, it's a good leg glance actually by Brevis in the end. Away to fine leg boundary for 4. He's getting going now, Brevis. 42 not out, 138 for 3. That's why important for Keegan Peterson to get that 100 for SAA, I feel.
Absolutely. Also interesting to see him batting back at number 3. Last season, the beginning of the new tenor under Shukri Conrad, he came in at 5 with Tony DeZorzi batting at 3. So it will be interesting to see where he does slot in here at Centurion. It's just under a fortnight's time now, Ken.
Yeah, I must admit I like Keegan Peterson at 3. I guess the complication is that Shukri Conrad wants Aidan Markram to open. You've got Dean Elgar, you've got Tony DeZorzi. Tony DeZorzi certainly is an incumbent. He's done well so far in his Test career.
Ken, I've been wanting to ask you this for a while. Dean Elgar, there's reports about him retiring after the Indian series. How much truth is there?
Not that I've heard. I mean, he's played every 4-day game he can for the Titans. So I think the hunger is very much there to keep going. He's not the sort of guy who's going to be lured away by a T20 contract.
Yeah.
Even though I feel he's an underrated T20 player.
Definitely underrated white ball cricketer. That's for sure.
Inside half of the bat, and mid-on will cut it off. But I guess for Test specialists like him, there must be a great degree of frustration in just how little Test cricket
Absolutely.
South Africa will be playing over the next few years.
Absolutely. I do see him though. I know he's had a stint before at Surrey. He's had a stint at Surrey and I think a couple of other counties as well, Somerset if I'm not mistaken. And I do see him turning out and scoring many, many more runs in the English county once he does eventually call it quits at international level.
Nicely worked by Brevis. It's beaten mid-wicket, but quick across the ground there, Mogakane keeps it to just 1. Brevis goes to 43. Yeah, Dean Elgar certainly deserves to earn earn a few pounds
Sterling. Definitely.
for his sterling efforts, I guess.
That's exactly. No, definitely. I can just. I can see him better for days there in English county cricket. Talking about English county cricket, we'll continue the conversation after the sport. It's the return of David Benningham to South Africa. I think that's whether he makes the test squad or not. I think it's just from a domestic level to have somebody of that quality back in our system and committed to playing for South Africa is a real boost.
Very, very highly rated batter, David Benningham. Has tremendous career records. Not in the top 20 of the current averages, though.
He's been getting
terms
50.
of four-day cricket.
He has been just getting starts and getting out at the moment. He's ultra attacking that. I know he's comes out and blazes away. Maybe just a little bit more patience required.
Makanya has worked that wide in mid-wicket. They'll get another single. Yeah, I guess his selection is a bit like when Shukri last year backed Heinrich Klaassen ahead of Kyle Verreynne. It's based more on the potential, the way the guy plays, more than the actual output of runs that are maybe being produced. And well, we've seen now that Verreynne has just bashed the door down.
Yeah.
I mean, you simply just can't ignore
What he's done.
Yeah. So Benningham, I mean, there are guys who are scoring more runs than him.
Ryan
So-
Rickleton comes to mind.
Rickleton hasn't had the greatest season this
Yeah.
season so far. So I'm not too upset about him not making the test squad. But we now have a jinx break here at SuperSport Park. 140 for 3, the Titans. Just a little partnership developing after they lost Matthew Kleinfeld soon after lunch. 34 runs being put on between Dewald Brevis on 43 and Sibonela Makanya on 10. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Back to Centurion. It's Mnyanda up against Makanya. Just hopefully Mnyanda, he's just struggled from that end since he's come back for his second spell, and hopefully he can find his rhythm again. A few no balls that has just come into these game of late. Just struggling with a bit of a rhythm. Yeah, just not having the same rhythm from the Henops end.
Slightly into the wind as well, which may be causing him a few problems.
Just full and good fielding there by the mid-off fielder. Ned Makanya, he's been at the crease for a little while now, just forming a nice little partnership here with Devil Brevis. Very content to play more of the anchor role alongside the younger Brevis. Oh, that was a nasty delivery, just going over the stumps.
There's that heavy ball I was talking about by Mnyanda. It rushed Makanya a bit quicker than he expected it to be. Hit the bat hard.
Does have that in his arsenal, does Mnyanda. And the older he gets and the stronger he gets, it'll get even heavier.
Yeah, I think for a man making his first class debut, just 19 years old, he's done really well today.
Oh, that's a lovely shot there by Sibanele Makanya. Slightly short from Mnyanda, and he latches onto it square of the wicket. And it's another boundary to the Titans batter.
Yeah, Sibanele Makanya, he's captained the Titans before, so he'll be expecting it of himself to play a senior role here, not necessarily in terms of scoring rate, but certainly in terms of guidance and wisdom. And the Titans really need to make this decent start they've had count. A big partnership is what's called for at the moment.
And it comes back nicely, just straight onto the stumps. Has seen what happens when he does offer Makanya a bit of width. Game's very evenly balanced at the moment. I think that a good partnership here could take the Titans away, but equally a couple of wickets and the Warriors will be right back on top again.
Absolutely very evenly poised, this game. No one really holding the upper hand at the moment.
Does bring us to the end of over. A successful one for the Titans. 144 for 3 after 45. Looks like we will see Bayer Swanepoel returning to the attack. He was my apologies, looks like it's Patrick Kruger who's into the attack. He's bowled 5 overs today without any success. Another man that delivers quite a heavy ball. He's had a fantastic season thus far, particularly in the white ball competitions with a bat. Won a couple of games almost single-handedly for the Warriors this season. And Ken, as we said, another one of those players who kind of drifted a little bit at the Knights, and after their relegation woes, Robert P was quick to pounce, and he's arguably had his best season in franchise cricket.
I totally agree. He was someone who, before he came to the Warriors, you sort of wondered if he could be a regular Division 1 cricketer, but he certainly looks the part for the Warriors.
It's good on drive by Brevis, but straight to that is Ronaldo Meyer.
Very useful all-round cricketer, Patrick Kruger. Can do a job with the ball. Can be a destructive batsman.
He's the highlight for me thus far this season has just been the composure he's had. He's always been able to hit a long ball. Played a couple of good innings in T20 cricket, but the way he constructed his innings over a long period of time in one-day cricket this season has been phenomenal. Devil Brevis looking to squeeze it past cover point. Only to find Jordan Herman.
Yeah, Kruger, one of really blossomed at the Warriors, and he's the sort of bowler who you can imagine doing well at St George's Park. No great pace, but just straight and puts a bit of work on the ball. I guess Ronaldo Meyer's similar.
I feel he's very much a wicket-to-wicket bowler. Get the keeper up, get some short covers in some interesting field positions, and that's when he's at his best. Creates a bit of chaos, a bit of oohs and ahs from the surrounding fields, and suddenly there's a little bit of pressure, and that's when he generally strikes.
Looking at our YouTube chat. Yes, hello, CS Chiwanza. And nice to have you listening to us, and we look forward to your next article. You write, CS Chiwanza writes the most fascinating, interesting feature articles on cricketers, well worth following. What a shot that was from Dafabet Brevis. Thumped straight past in between the bowler and mid-off.
He's the power that Dale Brevis does have, that just if it's slightly overpitched, he just latches it on so quickly. That's what makes him that dangerous. He moves to 47. I think Kruger's just the type of pace that Devil Brevis enjoys. This is what he really feasts upon. So Kruger's got to be really tight in his lines here.
Yeah, the older ball, there won't be so much nip anymore. There's not going to be as much swing.
Does bring us to the end of the 46th. Titans are 148 for 3.
Lawrence Bailey just pointing out that since the bowling change, the Warriors has just opened the door a bit for the Titans batters. Not quite hitting their straps at the moment. Yeah, it was a very good first half hour after lunch by Marco Jansen and Bayer Swanepoel. Picked up the wicket of Matthew Kleinfeldt. But since then, some worrying signs. Dafabet Brevis looking like he's starting to dominate.
He does seem to be getting into the groove, and this is where Sibonela Makanya also needs to realise his role in the partnership. The fact that Dafabet Brevis is the one on the accelerator. He's just got to keep his end up, ensure that the Warriors don't gain any momentum on the other side. Once again, it's Nyanda from the end-up end.
Sibonela Makanya is taking guard, certainly on off stump, if not even a bit outside off stump. He really is batting across his stumps.
Nyanda would definitely be aware of that, and he's able to just slip one through the defences. Definitely a prospect for LBW. That is that short ball that we were speaking about earlier. Just off the glove, down to fine leg.
Yeah, again, just rushing Makanya a bit. Deep square leg in place again, and a fine leg.
It's very interesting to see how Dafabet Brevis just looks over his shoulder at that square leg all the time, that deep square leg. And he doesn't need to worry about that because that was a wonderful stroke in front of square. Brings up his 50. It's his fourth first-class 50 for Dewald Brevis. And he enjoys the applause of his teammates. 51 of 85 balls and 11 boundaries for the youngster.
Yeah, it's been a very important innings, not only for Brevis himself, but for the Titans. Just solidifying this middle order, denying the Warriors who've been pegging away manfully, but just the 3 breakthroughs for them so far. Also the 150 up for the Titans.
I think Brevis he'll be very aware now that of needing to go on and make it a really big one.
Well, he's got his hundreds in white ball cricket. I'm sure a maiden first-class century would have been one of the goals he set himself coming into this campaign.
He's got all the tools to really make it count. It's lovely. It's an old ball. Change bowlers. Really a time just to knuckle down and really make it a big one here for the Titans.
Lawrence Bailey just pointing out that we are discussion about Dean Elgar, that he's been signed by Essex to replace Alistair Cook next season.
That's why we have Lawrence Bailey providing us with this fantastic information. As we said, we would like to see Dean Elgar play many, many more years of county cricket, and replacing the great Alistair Cook. That is definitely something.
Yeah, Alistair Cook, absolutely prolific left-handed opening batsman. So a good like-for-like replacement there for Essex.
I think Alistair Cook was a fabulous servant to his county. Even after retiring from Test cricket, he went back and won a couple of county championships there with, along with Simon Harmer down at Chelmsford.
Yeah, Simon Harmer theoretically could be playing for the Titans in this game. Not sure where he is at the moment. He hasn't played any of the 4-day matches. Worth pointing out, however, that neither side in this match is going with a specialist spinner. Neil Brunt is of course a frontline spin bowler for the Titans, but it's not his primary role.
Simon Harmer actually played in the final Test match of the summer last year against the West Indies at the Wanderers. So it does seem he doesn't have the ambitions to turn out against India this year.
I guess the venues and the way the Proteas want to attack India mean that they really only need one spinner in Keshav Maharaj, who is the number one Test spinner in the country.
And we have seen that on occasion, even Keshav missing out at Centurion and the Wanderers. So it is quite difficult to play 2 spinners at home, particularly with Aiden Markram also now very much a fixture in the Test side. He does bowl very tidy off spinners.
Indeed, yeah.
Critical period of the game here for the Titans. They've this pair have put together 48 budding partnership. That just drifts down the leg side again by Kruger. Still plenty of work to do here for Makanya and Brevis. Good to see the Warriors, still plenty of chatter. Their spirits are still up. They know the situation of the game. Nice looking straight drive. Bit of a misfield there by Rudy second. And Makanya, he'll come back and pounce for the second run.
Kelly Robbins also asking, does anybody know where Simon is? I'm not sure if that's in response to our conversation or whether she was wondering that before us. Kelly Robbins, based in the Eastern Cape, so she's obviously very, very familiar with Simon Harmer's career. If anyone does know where Simon Harmer is at the moment, do put it in the chat on our YouTube channel.
Please hit us up on the socials. Nice little away swinger to bring an end to the 48th over. Titans 156 for 3. Just seems like a bit of a sting has gone out to the Warriors' attack. The extra pace and bounce of Janssen, and the looks like though he is the very same Janssen that we are speaking about. He's standing at the top of his mark at the Henops River end,
where he struggled from this morning, but he's bowled steadily better as the day has progressed. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes from there again now.
It's good to see him getting that rustiness and out the cobwebs out at least in this first class game and not the first session of the Boxing Day test match here against India. You want to see him charging in and really hitting his straps from the outset.
Yeah, I did mention it this morning that the previous India tour, the first test was here as well, Janssen's debut. He looked rusty on that first day, as did the other South African bowlers.
Just allowed India to get away on that first day, and mistake was KL Rahul got 100, and India went on to win the test match. But South Africa roared back in the series at the Wanderers and also down in Cape Town. Memorable series victory, with India still seeking that first ever test victory, test series victory in South African soil.
What a great series it was, yeah, so intense. But South Africa eager not to make the same mistake, so getting as many of their attack into this round of 4-day matches as they can.
That is a lovely shot by Sibanele Makanya. He's just thrown his hands at it, and it's gone through extra cover for another boundary.
Yeah, the pitch looking very easy paced for batting now. Looks a really good time to cash in for these two as their partnership goes to 54 now.
Marco Jansen just struggling with the rhythm of his. You can see just in his run-up, it's not fluent as we normally see. So he's working things out at the moment as well.
Which kind of makes the point that you were making earlier. Rather work these little things out now in a 4-day game, rather than on the first day of the opening test.
I'm just going through the offside. It does help that it's being played at the first test match being played at the same venue. Again, Marco Jansen, only 23. He wouldn't have played at Centurion too often in red ball cricket. So just switching back to around the wicket.
Yeah, I think it's indicative of the new management at national level with Shukri Conrad and Rob Walter and Enoch Nkwe as director of cricket, that the little details are things that they seem to be focusing on more, getting those right.
That's another wide. So Jansen really struggling with his rhythm here. As you said, with the new ball, wasn't quite as fluent. And yeah, once again switching from over the wicket to...
I dare say we'll see Jansen switching back to the West Lane end fairly soon if this carries on like it is.
And that's just a little bit of a pull shot down to square leg. Yeah, so Marco Jansen just formed such an important part of that South African attack. His left arm, 2.06 meters, is able to extract bounce from even the most placid of surfaces. We saw at Lords against England a couple of years ago how devastating he can be. And Shukri Conrad will want him to get all these little chinks in the armor out of the way before they get to Boxing Day.
Yeah, overs under the belt. Certainly can't do any harm.
Again, I mean, I think you can remember when even in the days of Dale Steyn and Morne Morkel, when they would come back, it would take sometimes a session or two, sometimes a whole day's play before they would get ready, and often would speak about how South Africans were undercooked in the opening test match of a series. Oh, that one just reared ugly on Brevis.
The leave to slip. Yeah, it really became a thing for the national side that they were such bad starters in the series. And I'm afraid at international level, if you have a bad first day, you can be out of the game. That's it. Done and dusted. So I think it's one of the things that Shukri Conrad and Rob Walter quite rightly are focusing on getting right.
That was very close too. Sinetemba Keshile, but it evades him. And it's another boundary to Dewald Brevis. He's had a few down the leg side. Has Brevis. Keshile not very happy with himself. Feels that he could have gotten some form of a glove on it. But it's to no avail. Brevis continues to chug along.
It did go very fine. It would be interesting to see the wagon wheel of this innings. The Titans have scored a lot of runs down to that fine leg boundary, which just speaks to the Warriors bowlers straying down leg too often.
That is no good fortune in that. That's just pure class. Dewald Brevis leaning onto an overpitched delivery from Kruger and picks up consecutive boundaries here. Dewald Brevis is on the move.
And he has some young supporters on the grass banks. Here we go, Titans, here we go. Well, certainly, here we go, Dewald Brevis. 62 not out. Scoreboard's a bit faint. 62 not out, Dewald Brevis. Looking good. And conference time for the Warriors, Rudy second. Chatting with Patrick Kruger, there's going to be a change to the field. They just sense the momentum is getting away from them a bit. The offside is going to be strengthened with that short extra cover is coming back. We saw that just before lunch. And the man on the boundary comes into mid-wicket. Fine leg coming a bit squarer.
And this time Brevis just rocks back and carves it behind point. picks up another couple. Just the way he played it quite late under his eyes, feature of his game. The good players do have just a little bit, an extra second more time than the mere mortals, don't they?
See it early, play it late. That's the mantra. But as you say, it's trademark Brevis. He plays it just about when it's past him, which allows him to manipulate the ball behind square so well.
There's an appeal down the leg side, but more in hope than with any conviction. But once again, and we don't want to labour the point, but this is another A.B. de Villiers trademark. Playing the ball late, playing the ball under the eyes. Had the privilege of watching A.B. train once, and it was at Auckland University. And A.B., every single delivery he faced throughout the training session, he wanted to run down to third man. No matter where the delivery was bowled, he wanted to find a way to run it down to third man. If it was up over his eyes, he'd get up and play. If it was down on his feet, he'd get down, and just shows the skill of the man to just basically wanting to rotate the strike every ball and not have any dot balls in one-day cricket. And I think young Brevis has definitely taken that on board. He doesn't like dot balls. He has said it irritates him. It does get him a bit jittery. But yeah, so he's definitely following in the footsteps and building a career of his own here.
For a young man who's so good at boundary hitting, Brevis certainly has that maturity in his game and that skill that he's actually a very good taker of singles as well.
Barker Jansen back from the Henops Ravine.
And we have a Simon Harmer sighting, Zahir.
Do we?
Adnan says, last I saw he was vacationing somewhere in South America.
Wow, somebody following the Instagram there, definitely. Well done, Adnan. Well done.
No doubt Harmer will be back for the SA20.
Yeah, he's gone home to the Sunrise Eastern Cape. Moved from the Durban Super Giants.
Yeah, a trade with John Smuts.
Going in the opposite direction, yeah?
Yeah. John Smuts, also obviously from the Eastern Cape, but plays his cricket now with the Dolphins and joining the Durban Super Giants for SA20.
Quite surprised John Smuts actually moving in the opposite direction. He was a handy middle order bat and bowls a very tidy left arm spinner as well. Dirty off spinner, as they say. That's very miserly. That's a good delivery there by Marco Jansen, just causing McCanny a bit of bother.
And speaking of dirty, the Dolphins will be a bit dirty with themselves at the moment because they're letting things slip a bit at Kingsmead from 179 for 2. They are suddenly 207 for 5, with Cody Youssef having taken 4 for 45 for the Lions. Marcus Ackerman is still there, however, on 117 not out. John Smuts is batting. He's on 4 not out.
That's a nice little looking pull shot, but it'll only be a single. It's a rare failure there for Jason Smith. He's got a duck after 2 balls. He's been in prolific form.
Wonderful. A very talented all-rounder. A couple of seasons ago, you felt that he was a guy who could push on for higher honours. I think he had a very bad shoulder injury.
He doesn't bowl anymore. That's the big problem at the moment. But the amount of runs that he was Dolphins Player of the Year last season, and he's I think every time he walks to the crease this season, he's got 100. But missing out today, unfortunately.
Very pleased, however, to see him in the SAA squad for the second game against India A.
I have had conversations a bit higher up about him, and the conversation is very much about him needing to bowl again. They're very happy with the runs he's making, but just for that extra balance at 7, would add an extra little, very much in the Vian Mulder mode.
Yeah, it's great that suddenly South Africa's all-round stocks are looking a lot better. Marco Janssen has really flourished at number 7. His batting has really come on so much. It's great to see Vian Mulder in tremendous form with both bat and ball this season. And as you say, if Jason Smith could get the bowling back, he could certainly come into contention as well.
I think Bayer Swanepoel is adding his name to that list very quickly. He had a wonderful tour with the South Africa A side to Sri Lanka, and I think if he wasn't picked up in the SA20 by the Sunrisers, he could easily have been on the tour to New Zealand.
Absolutely, yeah.
That is Tevel Previs. He would have expected a little bit more from that powerful shot, but goes straight to short mid-wicket. Brings us to the end of the 51st over. Titans moving steadily along at 175 for 3.
And in Cape Town, in Northwest Dragons have moved steadily, but they've also lost a few wickets again. They're 211 for 8. Miguel Pretorius eventually out for 83 of 79 balls. Mikael Prince is still there on 50 not out. And I think we've updated you. Oh, the other game we haven't updated you on recently is the Tuskers against Boland. The Rocks in Pietermaritzburg winning the toss, batting first, 198 for 6.
Exactly as we said earlier on, the short cover now in for Makanya. This is very much the way Kruger operates. He gets a couple of close in fields in front of the bat. That's more likely where you do pick up wickets at St George's Park. Very seldom is he going to nick off anybody at his pace. So just looks like the Warriors just trying to create a little bit of a wicket here. Another quick single.
Yeah, softer ball. It's into the 52nd over now. One feels the most likely wicket way of getting a wicket. Kruger, as you say, very straight, stump to stump, looking at LBW or bowled, or as you say, a mistime drive to short cover. There's still a slip and a gully in place.
That had the Warriors interested.
Saved by the inside edge there, Dafabet. Just a bit of nibble for Patrick Kruger. He is that type of bowler.
He's probably looking to reverse it at this stage of the innings, trying to get it the other way. Just it's an interesting little period here from Kruger. He's getting the ball to come back into the right-hander, causing a few problems.
Yeah, and that one also leapt off the surface a little bit. Brevis, you could tell, was a bit surprised by the amount of bounce. The three quick men in the Titans attack, Kutsia, Dahler and Bosch, they'll be interested to see that. Not that they'll want to be bowling for a long time yet.
That's good running by Sibonele Makanya, realizing he'd actually hit it wider of the mid-on than initially expected, and he was immediately off for a single.
Yeah, busy cricketer Makanya. Getting the quick ones has always been a strong point of his game. Fantastic fielder. Another man who used to bowl more in previous years than he does these days. So here, looking at me very quizzically, obviously hasn't seen him bowl for many years.
That's Steve Brevis on the couple into the offside region.
How many first class wickets do you think Makanya has here?
I'll go with 9.
27.
Wow.
See, I wasn't lying.
That must be at semi-pro level. I can't remember him bowling much here in Division 1. Actually, recently seen him at training where he doesn't even pick up the ball at training any longer. So that's why I was so surprised. 27 wickets.
He's got 6 Division 1 wickets.
There we go. Wasn't far off there.
The average is 87.
87.
Best bowling 1 for 1, which suggests he bowls maybe 1 over every now and then.
I think he bowls when the opposition are 400 for 4, and the frontline bowlers are saying have a crack.
Over before tea.
Yeah, have over before tea.
Well, although on a serious note, when he did play SA under 19s, he was almost considered
He was
an all-rounder.
definitely. Yeah.
But, it happens to many cricketers that the bowling falls away.
Back
Hard
when-
work bowling.
Back when he was down in KwaZulu-Natal, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Got to know him a little bit better while he was at the Cape Town Blitz in the now defunct Mzansi Super League, and really enjoyed his time in Cape Town, working with Ashwell Prince as well, and really was just, at the time, was just a good solid youngster trying to make his way, and very happy that he's come up here and fulfilled the potential that we all knew he had when he was just a schoolboy.
Yeah, super guy, very popular. Has captained the Titans on occasion, and he'll be wanting to recapture the form of a couple of seasons ago.
That's a lovely pull shot there in control. There's a man out there, but he knew exactly where he was and put it in front of square to pick up another boundary. And he moves to 27.
Very convincing pull shot by Makanya. He's good against the short ball, good off the back foot. Marco Jansen not running in with the utmost intent. Of course, he'll be trying very hard for the Warriors to win, but back of his mind as well will be that he's playing in this game to prepare for the Test series. So he'll want to keep something in the tank, not exhaust himself for the Test series.
She read something yesterday on social media, if I'm not mistaken, might have been Lawrence Bailey, who's just picked up the fact that since the mauling he suffered from Rohit Sharma at Eden Gardens, hasn't quite looked the same bowler. Just possibly a dent in confidence. He was going really well up until that stage, and possibly maybe needed a break, just a mental break before that game, and instead ran into a rampant Rohit Sharma in Kolkata. But that's once again Makanya, whether it's the leg side or the offside, anything short he'll dispatch as he moves to 31 with another classy boundary.
Jansen's not the only new ball bowler in the world to to suffer at the hands of Rohit Sharma, to be fair.
Absolutely, he's a colossal figure there up the top of the order for the Indian side, and I'm sure Jansen would be keen to get his own back here at Centurion. That one just seemed to add a little bit of extra zip after being struck for 2 boundaries.
Yeah, and Makanya a bit loose there. It was a bit of a waft outside off stump. Mustn't get carried away.
That's been his downfall. Just this is the period where he does become a little bit vulnerable. He's got a good start. When he's into the 30s, looks to just look to expand a little bit, and that's when he often has a lapse of concentration.
So just the
Another good pull shot down to fine leg, but on this occasion just a single.
Simon Harmon conversation continuing on the YouTube channel. Just a question from both Adnan and Kelly Robbins about whether he's contracted by the Titans. My understanding is that Simon Harmer is on a pay-for-play contract with the Titans. No longer contracted by CSA, of course.
So you reckon a nice little holiday in South America? I'll give up one week of payday. It's all right. Simon Harmer just one of those cricketers that you want to watch when he's in action. He might bowl off spin, but it's all action. There's so much energy in that action. Has a vociferous appeal, and even with the bat, doesn't give his wicket away too easily, and capable of clearing the boundary on occasion. Does look like there's going to be another change of bowling here. It's Bayer Swanepoel who take over from Patrick Kruger. Oh, that's a lovely looking shot there by Sibonela Makanya. He stood tall, hit it on the bounce, and it is another boundary for Makanya, who's suddenly found his rhythm.
Bayer Swanepoel back to try and make something happen just before tea for the Warriors, but Sibonela Makanya making the magic first up. What a great shot that was off the back foot through the covers. And the Titans definitely dominating this second session, as they've added 101 runs now since lunch.
That is definitely a good effort. At a decent rate as well. They're going at just over 3.5. So very much in control of the game here are the Titans, in position of ascendancy.
Yeah, Brevis has needed 104 balls for his 67 not out. His 50 came up off 85 balls.
That seems to be another boundary for Sibonela Makanya. He is looking in good form. He's one of those players that once he does get settled, he's got all the strokes to really put the opposition bowlers under pressure.
Yeah, very busy cricketer, and it's a dangerous pairing for the Warriors, this, him and Brevis together. We all know how quickly Brevis can score, but if Makanya starts going as well at the other end, things could get out of control for the Warriors pretty quickly.
That's better from Swanepoel, just a lot straighter, not offering Swanepoel any width.
I'm pleased to report that the thunderclouds that I reported earlier that were poking their head up over the hills away to the southeast seem to have disappeared. We can't see them anymore, so that's good news in terms of the weather.
Nice looking cover drive, but partially stopped by that short cover. That's very good news. Again, it's been a summer that's been interrupted by a little bit of rain all over the country.
Summer rainfall area, most of South Africa, but Cape Town even suffering, which is unusual for Cape Town. It's a winter rainfall area, but...
And we did get quite a bit this winter. Swanepoel just tightening up there. Okay. Makanya, but a good over there for the Titans and Makanya. 2 boundaries, taking them to within touching distance of that 200, 197 for 3 after 54.
And the partnership with 91, which is just exactly what the Titans were crying out for, an innings that was promising a lot. Neil Brunt and Matthew Kleinfeld both making starts, both getting 30s, but not being able to go on. But Brevis and Makanya are taking control here now.
Seems like the Warriors, they've given up on all this on the seam, and have opted for the spin of Rudy second. Just a change of pace and hopefully a change of luck for the visitors.
and someone who took up bowling at a late stage. He was a wicketkeeper, of course, when he first started playing first-class cricket.
I think arguably one of the most unfortunate players not to play for South Africa. Again.
Absolutely. He was selected when he was in prime form, but then fractured a finger, couldn't go on tour.
And as we can see, very much a part-time spinner as he drags the first one down, and Dewald Brevis needs no second invitation as he drives that through the covers, moves to 71 and brings up the Titans 201 of 334 balls in 245 minutes.
Thirty-six fours in that 200, so it's a boundary ball more than every second over. Rudy Second actually has 16 Division 1 wickets. Average of 41, not too bad.
Too bad.
For a part-timer.
Just looking to give his paceman a little bit of a rest. Always wary about not playing a specialist spinner, no matter what the conditions are. It's, once you get a good partnership, it does become a long afternoon.
Yeah, wary is a good word, I'd say. Yeah, I suppose SuperSport Park is one place where you may think about doing it. I guess the worry is they'll say Rudy Second is a spinner. They do have him. Titans have got Neil Brunt. So
that's a lovely looking sweep shot there by Sibonele Makanya. Brunt just, at least Rudy Second just drifting on the leg side, and Makanya needed no second invitation. And that also brings up the 100 partnership between these two, requiring just 120 balls in 88 minutes with 18 boundaries. Brevis's contribution 49, Makanya 44. Very much an equal division between the pair. Just what the Titans needed at that critical stage after losing Matthew Kleinfeld shortly after the luncheon interval.
yeah, it's been at a good rate. As you say, there's 120 deliveries for 100 runs. This has been a really great session for the Titans.
Effectively 20 overs. Brings us to the close of the 55th over. Titans 206 for 3. Very much in control of proceedings at the moment.
Yeah, so Matthew Kleinfeld was dismissed in the 36th over. And we've had 19 overs now, 55 overs gone overall. So rattling along in more than 5 runs to the over, Brevis and Makanya. It could be a long third and final session of the day for the Warriors. Still 43 overs left to be bowled in the day, so there'll be one more now before tea. 42 overs then to be bowled in the last session.
That's a fantastic delivery there by Swanepoel. Just missing the outside edge of Dewald Brevis. We haven't seen many go past the bat for the last hour. That will give the Warriors hope that there is still something in this placid Centurion surface for the seamers if they're willing to bend their backs.
Yeah, he's got a fast arm action, Swanepoel, in that, and that definitely zipped off the pitch. It was in a good area, just outside off stump, good length. It just shows that if you bowl enough balls in that right area, something is bound to happen for the bowler.
Brevis and Makanya will know that it's just a short while before the tea interval, and if they can get through to the break unscathed, the Titans dressing room will be filled with lots of confidence that they can come out this afternoon and really drive home that momentum.
Yeah, you win the toss and elect to bat first. At the end of day one, if you can only lose 3 wickets, you're happy. That's a good position to be in. The Titans, I would say, will be looking for 320, 350 for 3 or 4 wickets. I suppose they would consider that a good first day's work.
Absolutely, absolutely. Swanepoel is just tightened up his line a little bit here. He's seen that if there's any width on offer, that's when Brevis and Makanya really capitalise. So he's gone a little bit tight on that off stump, asking Brevis to make the play. Young man has shown good restraint there. He knows it's just possibly just 1 or possibly 2 overs before the tea interval.
I'm getting caught out by the 2 hour 10 minute sessions, not 2 hours. It's been 2 hours now since lunch. But of course, in first class 4-day cricket, 2 hour 10 minute sessions. So another 10 minutes to go, or just a little bit under 10 minutes to go.
I think with the spin of second, we'll probably get in 1 more from Swanepoel.
One would imagine so, yeah.
Interesting to see that there's a deep extra cover for Rudy second. Obviously looking to then pitch it wide outside the off stump. Invite Makanya to drive, but instead it's on the pads, and Makanya just turns it around for another single. The thoughts of a second.
Yeah, the mid wicket is also very deep and almost a no man's land. He's dropping back now to maybe 10 yards off the boundary, but for the first ball of that over, he was sort of halfway to the boundary.
Tell you, earlier in the day down at Benoni in William Park, definitely saw some interesting positions there. They were, I don't think I saw a short 45 to any spinner throughout the day.
And how many sweeps or paddles did you see?
3 in a row.
Someone took advantage.
Yeah, eventually they were like, okay, maybe we need a rethink here. It's good use of the feet by Makanya. Just driving it down to Marco Jansen at long on.
He is a very long on, Marco Jansen.
Definitely, if I was a spinner, I'd want him on the boundary. Actually, so that's the end of the over. It's 209 for 3. Actually saw a great catch by a lanky fast bowler in the week. It was West Indies versus England in the T20I in Barbados, and Alzari Joseph was on the long on boundary, and he used every little bit of his 2.0 2 meters, stuck out his hand and just clutched it out of the air like picking oranges in the vineyard, in the field.
Good cricketer, Alzari Joseph. Marco Jansen, of course, took a catch in the last T20 on the third man boundary, right on the boundary. For most other cricketers, it would have been one of those awkward above the head, touch and go ones, but very comfortable for him.
Well, that's a good ball by Swanepoel, trying to get it into the block hole. Marco Jansen, though, Does come into the gully as well. That's where he fields for the Proteas in test matches. Got a very good set of hands for such a tall man. Devil Brevis on 73 not out. Kanye on 46. He's approaching his milestone.
It'll be just his second half century of the season, so he'll be eager to get there.
Happy to take one though, down to again with the point fielder on the boundary for Makanya.
Kanya's got 12 Division 1 half centuries. It's 2 centuries, another man who would like a better conversion rate.
That would have stung Devil Brevis. A nice piece of wood on that. And Swanels will just put his hand out and immediately went about rubbing it.
The sound the ball makes coming off Brevis's bat, it's like a rocket. It's like a
Gunshot.
Yes, a gunshot.
Yeah. That's play down to the deep. Extra cover. I think we might just get one more in before the T-to-T break.
Rudy second got through his last over very
Very
quickly.
quickly.
So, yeah, I think he wanted another over before tea.
I think Bayer Swanepoel might just tie his laces to just get his feet up and reassess before they come out for that final session. That's a solid defensive stroke there by Sibonele Makanya. And it does look like we will have one more at 14:59.
Umpire Andre Olufia making it to the stumps at the Henops River end before the scoreboard clock anyway ticks over to 1500. We're not sure which clock the umpires are using as the official clock, but usually it's the scoreboard.
Really second, he will continue to operate from the Henops River end. Does have a long on, long off, deep extra cover and deep mid wicket and a deep square leg for protection. Looks very much like a one-day field with just four men in the circle.
And he's got a slip as well though.
As we say that, he brings up his long on, long off to just about halfway, inviting Devil Brevis says, just pop it over his head, why don't you?
Over before tea.
How much patience do you have, young man? All these wily old tricks by the veterans.
Might well be the odd word as well.
Brevis knocks it into the mid-wicket region. He was thinking of the second, but he was hurtling down there so fast that he lost his footing in the process. And fortunately didn't do himself any harm, just a single. Almost slipping in there, quick one. And that will be the end of the session. A very productive session for the Titans. Only the loss of Matthew Kleinfeld as they go into the dugout at 212 for 3 after 59 overs. Devil Brevis 75 not out. And Sebonele Makanya, he'll return on 47, looking for another half century.
Do join us in about 20 minutes or so for the final session here at SuperSport Park. Hello and welcome back to SuperSport Park Centurion for the final session of this first day's play between the Momentum Multiply Titans and the Dafabet Warriors in the CSA 4-day series match. And very pleased to welcome alongside me Owen Chatino.
Thank you, Ken.
Hello Owen. Also,
Lovely to join you here this afternoon.
Also a hard-working lad who's been in Benoni for the Africa Cup this morning, but has been watching the cricket this afternoon here at Centurion. Titans 212 for 3 at the tea break. They were 92 for 2 at lunch. Owen, how enjoyable was that post-lunch session?
Yeah, I see there Divot Provis picking up nicely there and putting runs on the board. It's now on 75 from 124 balls. So great betting there from Bravis and alongside Makanya, who's on 47 from 72. So these two really putting on a good partnership there.
Yeah, they've added 106 for the fourth wicket. They've doubled the score for the Titans, and what a crucial partnership it has been. And what a vital last session here. The Warriors will be very, very eager to get rid of one of these two. And it is the first ball of the final session that is just defended into the covers by Devot Bevis. By Swanepoel, the bowler. Continuing his spell from the West Lane end before tea. So a lovely punch off the back foot. Cover can't get across to it, but the deep cover will, deep backward point, in fact, will run across and cut it off. Two more to Brevis. He goes to 77. 214 for 3. Just the two slips now. The field pretty well spread. There's a fine leg and a point on the boundary. Owen, where do you see the Warriors getting a wicket? How can they manufacture a breakthrough?
You know, it's all about consistency, hitting that deck at the same spot, maintaining your line and length, trying to put pressure on the batters. In that process, batters can, succumb to pressure and make that mistake, and you could probably reward it for your hard work. So it's just a matter of keeping on working here for the bowlers. We see that Divot there keeping on, and they call him Baby AB, the way that he plays, though he doesn't like them.
Yeah, never very fond of comparing players to other players, but so true what you say. We've seen today that a consistent line, just about around about off stump, a good length. Balls that have bounced a bit extra. There's a bit of seam movement there. There we go. That one taking off a bit just outside off stump. Brevis leaving it alone, and the Warriors, especially after lunch, just not consistent enough in finding those areas. But also very good batting by this pair, Brevis and Makanya. Brevis, this is his highest first-class score in a young career. It's just his 8th first-class game. Nicely driven, but straight to mid-off, no run. His previous best was 58 not out against the Dolphins here at SuperSport Park earlier this season. But he's got his 4th first-class half-century under the belt. He'll be aiming for the landmark of that maiden first-class ton, having achieved his maiden 50-over century earlier this season. 214 for 3 then after 60 overs.
Hoping to see these two batting throughout the day today. Looking at that score, what do you think Titans will finish on today?
Oh, yeah, you just made me think about that because there are 38 overs left today. If these two bat through the stumps, I mean, I can't imagine them scoring in anything less than 4 runs to the over, both attacking batsmen, as Ronaldo Meyer is bowling from the Henops River end. Oh, Makanya, that's a loose drive. The length wasn't there to drive. He went hard at it, and you can see he's berating himself for a loose stroke.
Great start there. Dot ball starts the over.
So 38 overs times 4 will be 152 more runs. So 366. Yeah. If these two stay together, I imagine the Titans could well get over 350 in the day, but still a long way to go in today's play. 38 overs left.
That would be a good score, I reckon.
It's a good firm drive by Makanya. A little bit upish, but safely past point to the boundary, and that is Sibonela Makanya's second half century of this season and his 13th overall.
Great betting there from Makanya, complementing each other with Bravis there, and getting an ululation here from the spectators. Home ground. Expecting a full house tomorrow. It's a public holiday. Catches of Springboks.
Ever the optimist, Owen.
Yeah. So bring those Burubus rolls here, and have a braai. Castle Corner will be open there. Enjoy the holiday.
Oh, Sibonela Makanya is really enjoying himself now. That's a lovely hook shot. He's been so good against the short ball today. He's got that well in front of the square for another boundary. Back-to-back fours for Makanya. He goes to 55. 2-2-2 for 3. And Makanya getting his 50 off just 74 balls with 10 fours in there. 106 minutes.
Great strike rate there of 68.92.
Yeah, he's really accelerated very nicely, gone through the gears because he got himself in well, took his time. But not the start the Warriors would have wanted after tea. They had a tough second session and already a bit of a flurry of boundaries to start the last session of the day.
Good going there as well to Meyer, who's bowling his 12th over. Backed a wicket so far, and good economy of 3.13.
Nicely given, but straight to mid-on, no run. Yeah, the overall rate for the innings is 3.7. So, especially in the morning, Meyer did a good job of pulling back the run rate. Back to that good straight lines from Ronaldo Meyer. He's been the most economical of the Warriors bowlers today. That ends his 14th over, 1 for 44, 2-2-2 for 3. The Titans. So just to run through the men dismissed earlier today, the Titans winning the toss and electing to bat first. They lost Dean Algar early. He played on against Bayers Swanepoel for 4, with Swanepoel bowling now to Brevis. Good delivery, nipping back at the right-hander, defended to mid-on, no run. Neil Brunt and Matthew Kleinfeld then put on 50 for the second wicket before Neil Brunt drove loosely outside off stump and was caught in the slips by Marco Janssen off Ronaldo Meyer for 32, We then had another 41 runs added for the third wicket between Matthew Kleinfeldt and Dewald Brevis. Fuller from Sonnepoel fields well off his own bowling. Kleinfeldt was the third man to be dismissed. Caught in the slips, a rebound taken by Diego Rozier off the bowling of Marco Jansen. Kleinfeldt out for 34. So at 106 for 3, the Titans' innings was kind of in the balance. They had started solidly, but the Warriors were chipping away well. Given with freedom, but cut off by the short extra cover. Since the fall of that third wicket, though, it's been all Dewald Brevis and Sibonela Makanya, as they have now added 116 for the fourth wicket to put the Titans in control and to justify their decision to bat first. Sonnepoel going for the block hole there, dug out by Brevis, wide of mid-on, and they'll go through for a single, gets them off double Nelson, to the relief of everyone with their feet off the ground. 2-2-3 for 3.
So these two really stabilized the batting here after losing those 3 wickets. 1-1-6. It's a good partnership here, complementing each other, rotating the strike, and runs trickling on.
So important that, I mean, Brevis especially is known for being this wonderful boundary hitter, but he's a very good single taker as well. And Makanya is always a busy cricketer at the crease, very good runner between the wickets. So as you say, Owen, very important the way they've rotated strike as well. Nicely tucked by Makanya down to far leg, that'll be another single.
So unfortunate today for Elgar to go out so quickly. Put some runs last time they played here. Watch it. Hope second innings he'll come back nicely.
Yeah, Elgar's been in fantastic form this season. Got a couple of hundreds already. I guess opening batsmen do miss out from time to time. With a good delivery from Sonnepoel, tight on that off stump line. And Elgar just playing it onto his own stumps.
Definitely it was a good celebration here from Warriors. They know he's a big guy, big wicket to take out.
Absolutely, absolutely. South Africa's test stalwart. Again worked down to fine leg by Makanya for a single. Dean Elgar has scored 300s against the Warriors previously. Only averages 32 against them though before today's innings. So just the one slip now for the Warriors and a gully. 2 men on the boundary on the leg side. And the hook from Brevis. He's got it well in front of square. But quickly across the ground is Mogokane. Keeps it down to just a single. Still the runs ticking over for the Titans here. They're up to 226, so that's 14 runs added, or 14 balls. No, I beg your pardon, 20 balls.
Like it was actually for you with these meetings.
Since the tea break.
Oh, shame.
Oh, that one found the inside edge, but fortunate there, Makanya. He'll get another single. Wicketkeeper Kashile does the fielding. bit more cloud cover building up now at Centurion as we head towards 4 p.m. but no real threat of rain.
Great weather for cricket. Whole day today since morning. We expect that kind of weather tomorrow as well. So it'll be a good day to be out, come watch some cricket. Second day tomorrow.
Yeah, with you, Owen. It's the team at the top of the log, the Warriors, against the Titans. Definitely one of the contenders for the title. Some great cricketers on display. Marco Jansen, Dafabet Brevis batting really well. Gerald Coetzee is playing for the Titans. It's nicely placed by Brevis. In front of point, gets another single. He goes now to 80, and the total 228 for 3. Warriors making an alteration now to the field. Just the two fielders on the leg side, the square leg and the fine leg just being shifted a little bit to their right. I fancy the deep square leg, 7 or 8 yards in from 7 or 8 meters in from the boundary. It's just fractionally in front of square now, and fine leg has come a bit squarer as well. Kanya works that behind square on the offside again, a single. So really the way these two are keeping the scoreboard ticking over has been outstanding. And that's got to be frustrating for a bowling side. Even when you got bowl a good delivery, they're getting a single off it.
Yes, very frustrating. But as we always say, it's a contest between bat and ball. It's a matter of keeping that hard work on, keeping your line and length, and you never know what happens. At times, pressure, make mistakes. So it applies to the bowlers. If you don't keep your line, then the bat is gonna smack you out of the park. So good contest so far, but at this point, I think the bat is enjoying the driving seat.
Yeah, all the pressure on the bowlers at the moment, but good bit of fielding there by Jordan Harriman. Just as well that Makanya sent Dafabet Brevis back. Brevis wanted the single behind square on the other side, and Harriman hitting the stumps at the non-strikers end. Brevis was safely back though. There's a short cover in place for Swanepoel. Kanya, a little bit in two minds there. I think he wanted to leave, but then he drew the bat too late, but no alarms. Fuller nicely clipped, but mid-wicket gets across quickly to do the fielding. It's the 12th man, JP King, who is on the field. Not too sure at the moment who he's on for. Good lines by Swanepoel. Well, the obvious guy who should be the first guy you spot, but he's not on the field, is Marco Jansen, the Proteas all-rounder. So King on for Jansen. Presumably just a little break for Jansen. He's bowled 14 overs today. He's got steadily better through the day. Oh, that's a wonderful delivery by Swanepoel. There's that line and that length you were talking about, Owen. There's always a bit of activity there if you get it there enough times.
That's a perfect line and length there, outclassing the batsman. actually caught the batsman by surprise there. Wasn't expecting that. And good cricket all round as well. Keeper getting that.
Yeah, just that little area. It tends to take off a bit. There's a bit of seam movement. That's too straight this time from Sonapol. Put away, there's work to do on the square leg boundary. Has he made a bit of a mess of it? He kind of rolled over the ball. Imnyanda. But he's done well enough, kept it down to 2. So that's the end of the over. 231 for 3. With Brevis on 80 and Makanya on 61. Partnership has grown to 125. Ronaldo Meyer, the 29-year-old, will continue from the Henops River end. Slip in a gully for him. Well, it was a slip, a first slip and a fourth slip really. 2 men back on the leg side boundary. Keeps it a little low, but also looked that way because Brevis played it off the back foot back to the bowler. Just catching up on the action elsewhere in the country in the 4-day series. The Dolphins have really collapsed at Kingsmead. They were 179 for 2 at one stage. They've now declared on 245 for 9 against the Lions. Firmly driven, but can't beat mid-on. Marcus Ackerman scored 140 of those runs and Tsapang Detoli 59. But after that it was all Cody Youssef who took 6 for 49. Outstanding work by him. And the Lions have just started their innings in reply, yet to get off the mark. Up the road in Pietermaritzburg, ball onto also 9 wickets down against the Tuskers. Firmly again by Brevis, but can't beat mid off. So the Rock selecting to bat first in Pietermaritzburg, 230 for 9. Keegan Peterson top scoring there with 57. And Carl Nipper, the spinner, back in the inland team, has taken 3 for 44. Meyer in again to Brevis. Yeah, good leave. And at Newlands, the Dragons, having won the toss and elected to bat first, are all out for 236. And that was largely thanks to a partnership of 124 for the 8th wicket between Mikael Prince, who made 64, and Miguel Pretorius, 83. Tiwa Kayanabe, the destroyer for Western Province, 5 for 46. Ooh, Brevis. He went hard at that one, the big drive.
So that's withstanding the pressure here. Warriors going for these two. They know they're building a good partnership, and it would be a bonus if they can get they can break this partnership here. So great ball there.
I just sense Brevis wants to step it up a gear, wants to be more aggressive, but he's got to choose the right deliveries to do that. That's better, more compact. Out towards cover point for a single. We can hear the applause coming from the Titans change room. And that ends the 65th over. Titans 232 for 3. Brevis 81, Makanya 61. Marco Janssen is back on the field now for the Warriors. And Piwe Mnyanda, a 19-year-old, back into the attack, and I'm pleased to see him back at the West Lane end, where he bowled very well in the morning. Not so successful when he switched into the Henops River end. A couple of bowlers have struggled from the Henops River end, Owen. Can you think of any reason why?
Not sure, but it's just a matter of working on your line and length, you know. It's kind of professional guys. You know, your run-up might be being outclassed by the betters here. Betters seem to have settled really down well at the crease there.
Bit of a rusty start for Mnyanda there, halfway down the pitch, well wide of off stump. Yeah, I guess sometimes little things can just throw a bowler a little bit out of rhythm, where everything's just not clicking smoothly, and the ball just not quite going consistently where you want it to go. Leg stump half volley, and Brevis puts that away with consummate ease through square leg. 4 more to Brevis, takes him to 85, and the total 236 for 3. And again, left arm over to Brevis. That's better, middle and off, good length, and Brevis pays it the respect it deserves. So just a thank you again to Cricket South Africa and Pitch Vision for the platform for this live streaming and commentary of the CSA 4-day series, and for the support of the Titans, who make it possible for their home games to be broadcast. It's just driven to mid-off for nothing.
I also thank you to the viewers there, dropping the comments on the YouTube channel, giving predictions and analysis of the game. Keep them coming. Click subscribe and be part of the fun. You can watch it wherever you are. It can be at work, it can be away for the holidays. You can watch the action live on your phone, lying at a beach.
Yeah, and there's some very interesting conversations going on the YouTube chat. We of course can't get into all of them here on air, but some great cricket lovers discussing a variety of things in the chat, so do get involved there.
Viewers can also watch this live on pitchvision.com.
Powerfully struck by Brevis, but straight to mid-on. And that ends the over, 236 for 3. So Ayush Sinha just asking how is Luto Sapamla progressing with his recovery, the Central Gauteng Lions quick bowler who's also played for the Proteas from time to time. Fully fit, he might have been in contention for that New Zealand tour, Owen, where South Africa are going to have to send a third or fourth string test side. My information is that Sapamla's still a little way off playing.
Yeah, but I think it's a good opportunity for other guys to get recognized, express themselves out there, you know. So whoever get picked, they should show their best and represent the country.
Yeah, and I was chatting to Zahir Adams earlier. I think the one thing South African cricket doesn't lack is talent.
Plenty of talent.
Just delay as is change of fielding again. Swanepoel coming back onto the field, 12th man going off. And a fierce cut shot by Sibonela Makanya. He's absolutely lethal if you pitch short term. Beautifully put away for 4. Good comeback by Bola Bayer. $240 for 3 now, the Titans. This partnership worth 134. And just this over, we've seen perhaps an encapsulation of what the problem's been for the Warriors. Just can't build that pressure because every now and then there's the boundary ball. And now a hook shot. Shouts of catch it, but it's well out of the reach of this fine leg, who was pretty square. One bounce over the boundary for 4. And Makanya cruises along to 69, not out now, 244 for 3.
Brilliant shot there from Makanya. Piling up runs on the scoreboard here and growing that partnership. And definitely good partnership here. And they will be looking forward to keep on that growing that partnership. And it's up to Warriors now to find a way to break that partnership.
Also, you know what I didn't do? I didn't include Valencia's leg.
Again, comes back with a better length and line delivery. The Warriors
So if I
have tried to test the batsmen with the short ball. We've had 2 men back on the leg side for quite a lot of the day. But it's almost as if it's been the wrong bowlers trying to do it. We seem to have had the more medium pace Mayer and Kruger trying to manufacture a dismissal off the hook shots. But we haven't seen the quicker bowlers, Janssen, Nyanda, Swanepoel,
if Norma
try the short ball that often.
she can't do it alone. There's no way she can do it alone. You know what I'm saying?
Kanya now gets this away through cover point. That's going to be 4 more runs.
Brilliant shot there from Makanya, and that takes him to 73 of 93 balls. What is batting stance these two are having here?
So since he's got his 50 off 74 deliveries, Makanya is now going at a runner ball, really pushing that accelerator down. But a good leave there. Important not to get too carried away. That ends the over. 248 for 3. The Titans after 67 overs, a rate of 3.7 runs per over.
Because who else is going to bring it?
So it's looking like hard work for the Warriors in this final session.
Just you.
Hard work. But they need to keep on working. That's why they're out there. Find a way to break this partnership. Makanya, they batting nicely with 77.66 strike rate. And chasing her down, Bravi's there. Just a few runs between these two. 77 and 85.
Nyanda continuing from the Westland end. Good start to the over. Yeah, and I don't think it's rocket science. There's a little bit in this pitch. For starters, what the Warriors need to do is try and get 4 balls in a row on a decent line, a decent length. At the moment, there's no pressure being built because every 2 or 3 deliveries there's a loose one from the bowlers.
It's also nice to see batters performing on a home ground that get used to the pitch. It's your pitch, so that's the advantage of playing at home.
They're going to come back for 2 down to fine leg for Brevis. These two both pretty quick between the wickets, and 250 up for the Titans.
I need to ask her because she's going to go home for the holidays. So I just need to ask her.
Taking just 13 overs for the last 50 runs.
They all covered.
This one is straight to mid-wicket, no run.
She does. Advisor appointments, I don't know.
You mentioned Brevis batting at home, Owen. Well, he's this is his 4th first-class half century, and 3 of them have come here at SuperSport Park.
Unless I take the
He was averaging 61 here before this inning, so he's certainly been cashing in when he's playing at home, as you said. Those stats not helped by the pair he made in Cape Town in his last match.
Let me phone and ask. Oh, do you want to phone and ask her? Should I phone and ask her?
So definitely that will build his confidence when he's going to play the next game away and carry through that performance.
Straight to that short cover, no run. Yeah, well, Brevis has certainly eradicated any scarring from that pair at Newlands. He's batted really well today for the 87 not out. And just in terms of future fixtures, the Titans' next game is an away game. It's in Potchefstroom against the Northwest Dragons from the 27th of December. Generally a nice place for batsmen to go, Potchefstroom.
Nice place to go. But I hope the weather will play along with and Potch. Had a bit of a delay. Was it yesterday and the day before yesterday? Due to rain. It'd be nice for spectators in Potch to watch some cricket after Christmas. Come support the boys, local boys. Also have some Titans supporters out there.
Yes, indeed. So the end of the over, 250 for 3, 68 overs gone now. Brevis on 87, Makanya on 73, not out. Makanya is busy catching up to Dafabet Brevis. What a wonderful little innings it's been by Makanya, as we now have a change of bowling at the Henops River end. And for the first time today, Ndile Mogokane is going to bowl some seam up. Oh, he starts an excellent delivery right in the block hole. Makanya just managed to get some bat on it, and it beats wicketkeeper Kashile and runs away for 4. Well, based on that delivery, where has Andile Mogokane been today? Short and wide, Makanya slaps it straight to cover. Mogokane does have 7 first-class wickets. This is his 17th match though, so he's not a regular bowler. Good delivery there though again.
Yeah, great comeback there from Antile after being hit for that 4 to fine leg. So 2 dirt balls in a row. Obviously, that wasn't the start he expected.
Mogokane making his debut for the Warriors in first-class cricket. He's from KZN Inland previously, but short, and Makanya comfortably hooks that down to fine leg for a single.
I think it's also a good thing to introduce new bowlers at this point, especially looking at that partnership. You want to bring guys who the batters will start want some time to study how they bowl, and in that process they can make a mistake. So I would say good decision there by the captain to bring Antile in.
Punched into the covers by Brevis. No run here, absolutely, Owen. Just something different. It is right arm seam, but he's got quite a quick arm action. Just something slightly different for the batsman to think about. And that first ball very nearly slipped through Makanya's defences. Two slips now for Mogokane. Brevis trying to manufacture a shot, and he's got it through the diving mid-on, went under the body, and that'll run away to the boundary for 4. Very fiercely struck by Dewald Brevis, and he goes into the 90s, 91 not out. And this partnership is now worth 153.
We'll have a check once we're back, and everything calms down. We'll have a check and just evaluate. Okay.
26 fours now between these two batsmen, 205 balls for that 153 run partnership, and they've been together for less than 2.5 hours, so it really has been a cracking partnership between these two.
A cracking partnership, and what a way for Makanya to finish off the over there with the boundary, and reaching that milestone of 150 partnership. From the look of things here, they seem to be wanting to be going with that partnership here. So it's a great task here for Warriors to find a way of breaking this partnership here.
Apiri Mlanda, he'll try again from the west lane in. Good start, but safely defended by Makanya.
So Andile there conceding 9 runs in his first over, so definitely looking forward to come in and reduce that economy here.
4 from Mnyanda, nicely driven by Makanya on the bounce though to a deep extra cover, deepish, manages to save the 1. Owen, I'm getting the feeling that you'd give Mogokane a second over.
Definitely, I will give him a second over. Like I said before, it will be a good thing for the captain to try and give the batters some homework there to find out how he bowls. And in doing that, they can succumb to pressure.
Nice by Mnyanda. Definitely looks more comfortable from this West Lane end. I guess in terms of the other end, the complication is that the captain is perhaps the other choice to bowl. Rudy second, the spinner. Bowled 3 overs for 13 runs. Not much on offer though for spin here at SuperSport Park. It's a good over this by Mnyanda. There's been a real flurry of runs after the tea break, but he's strung together 4 good deliveries, exactly what the Warriors needed. Just pegging things back a bit. So good fielding off his own bowling by Mnyanda. He's got a deep backward square leg in place. I'm not sure if that's there for the short ball though. He's bowling left arm over the wicket to a right-hander, so probably protection in case he strays onto the pads. Nice and full from Mnyanda. No, not great timing on the drive by Makanya, and so that ends the over, which I think was a maiden over by Piwe Mnyanda, just what the doctor ordered for the Warriors. 259 for 3, 70 overs gone, so there is a second new ball available in 10 overs time for the Warriors. Owen, you're the Warriors captain. You taking that straight away?
I'll definitely take it and bring back my fast bowlers and try and break this partnership.
Yeah, absolutely. And Titans will be mindful of trying to cash in these next 10 overs. Mogokane does continue, but too short and too much width for Dafabet, and he's put away through the covers for 4. Takes Brevis now to 95 not out. 1 blow away from his maiden first class 100.
It would be awesome to score that maiden 100 at home. And they seem to have some young supporters out there cheering up.
Oh, that's a bit of a miscue by Brevis. No harm done though to Madon. Well, it's been a privilege to watch Brevis today. It was a privilege to see his maiden one-day ton, and could be his maiden first-class ton here today as well. Oh, quick single, so quick between the wickets, Brevis, and he really put the fielder under pressure there. Drew the misfield. Brevis now on 96.
a strike rate of 69.56 there.
Yeah, he's taken his time. He hasn't done anything particularly extravagant today. Been willing to go with the flow. Straight to second slip. Again, short from Mogokani. Again, Simonela Makanya says, thank you very much. You keep bowling to me there. I keep hitting you for 4. Another boundary for Makanya. That takes him to 82 not out. That is Makanya's 16th 4. And I would hazard probably a dozen of them have been from short pitch deliveries. That ends the over. 268 for 3, 71 gone.
So 9 runs conceded as well in this over here by Antile. So I'll say still got a lot of work to do. Like I feel the captain has brought him for a purpose, so he needs to fulfill that purpose. But these two not obliging to that, have hit him out of the park. So he has got homework to work on here if given a third over.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the job specification wasn't to go for 9 runs to the over. The Warriors definitely don't want to leak a whole lot of runs before the second new ball. So I dare say we will have to see a change of bowling from the other end. Myanda, after a good previous over now, bowls. It's outside or stump, slashed away by Brevis. Just a single though as he slipped at the bowler's end, but possibly would have just been one anyway. Yeah, deep backward point at the ball in his hands. Brevis goes to 97, 269 for 3.
So I'll say a great start here for Titans on the first day. Good score so far, and still going on.
Nice and full from Myanda and just pushed to that short cover by Makanya. Yeah, Titans will be very happy. 269 for 3. And it's this partnership which has really made the day for the Titans. They were 106 for 3 just after lunch. The innings a little bit in the balance. But Brevis and Makanya have since added 163 runs for the 4th wicket. A fabulous partnership. Again, Makanya picks out the field of the deeper cover this time. Again, stringing together good over Piwe Myanda. Just a 19-year-old making his first class debut, and he can be proud of how well he's gone today, even though he hasn't had success yet. Straight to mid-on, no run.
I'll say it's pretty good start here from Nyanta on a debut. Going at 3.44 in over and bowling 3 millions. Bowling to Titans at home, I think that's a great achievement.
Yeah, and he's bowled better than his figures show, I think. Had one mediocre spell from the Henops River end, but certainly from the West Lane end, he's shown very good control. A little bit leg side, inside edge onto the pad by Makanya behind square leg, and they will get a single, and that will be the drinks break in the first drinks break in this final session on the first day. Titans have moved on to 270 for 3. Dewald Brevis is on the verge of a maiden first class 100. He's on 97. Sibonela Makanya on 83 not out. We'll be back in a couple of minutes.
So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, from the drinks break here. Multiple Titans on 270 after 17 2-point overs. Bravis on 97 from 162 balls, and Makaya there on 83 from 112.
And Marco Jansen back into the attack from the Henops River end. Bit of a surprise with only 8 overs to go until the second new ball.
Jansen coming left arm over to Makaya, left arm around to Makaya. He's bowled 14 overs so far. .52 runs conceded, and he's got 1 wicket in his bag.
Also had a catch chopped off his bowling earlier on.
And I hope it wasn't from Makanya or Bravis.
No, it was Neil Brunt, and Brunt was on 20 at the time, so he only added 12 more runs.
So great start so far from Jansen. Dot balls, always a great way to start your over. Nice and full, and giving Makanya a look there and play me. You've been here for too long.
Yeah, Makanya had to bring the bat down quite quickly on that delivery as it jagged back into him.
Oh, that has been given here, nicked on the leg side, and a good tack there by the keeper. And Makaya there really disappointed to himself. I can't believe it. And that's a breakthrough here for Warriors. And Jansen coming in at the right time, soon after the drinks, and getting the wicket of Makaya there. We've been talking about breaking this partnership, and looks like Warriors has found a formula here.
Well, it wasn't the greatest delivery down the leg side. I guess it was kind of in the block hole, and Makanya got his feet and his bat in a little bit of a tangle and trying to flick it away. Umpire judging that he got a little scratch at bat on it through to wicketkeeper Koshile. Makanya is walking off very, very, very slowly. I wonder if he feels he didn't get any bat on that. Anyway,
Yep.
Makanya has done a great job for his team. 83 runs off 117 balls.
Did it 16 fours with a strike rate of 70.94. So great batting there from Makanya. That's why he's so disappointed, and he's looking forward to get that turn here at home.
Yeah, just watching a replay, I think the disappointment was more that he got out to a delivery that was actually pretty short and down leg side, not a great ball at all. He swung at it and just, there's not much else he could have hit actually. So umpire Olafia probably getting that one dead right. As the new batsman coming to the crease is Modira Diteko, who has batted more up the order in his previous 2 games for the Titans. Made 43 runs in his 4 innings, 39 of those in 1 innings against the Dragons at the end of last season.
So Warriors getting 3 slips here for Liteko, trying to put pressure on him. As always, you want to unsettle the batter before he get accustomed at the crease there. That's the end of the over here. 270, 4 wickets down after 73 overs.
And the really good news for the Warriors is that they've broken this partnership before the second new ball is due. So perhaps they've opened themselves a little window to work their way through the Titans' lower order. Patrick Kruger is going to come onto bowl now from the West Lane end.
Patrick there bowled 9 overs already, so coming in for his 10th over. Considered 34 runs so far, 1 maiden, then a column of 3.76. Coming right arm over. Quick single taken here, and good throw there by the fielder. But the tackle there, home safe.
Oh, Teko had to get on his bike there. That was a very quick single called by Brevis. He probably had the pace to get there okay, but Teko was scrambling as Diego Rossier, or rather Ronaldo Meyer, hitting the stumps with a direct hit. But Teko did well, made his ground. Brevis 98, not out now, taking quick singles late into the 90s. He's a brave man.
Looking forward to get that turn here. So we want to get every opportunity. Keep those runs trickling in. Oh, what a ball there. Nice and full. Trying to unsettle the tackle there.
Good place to bowl to the new batsman, just to take a second delivery.
Yeah, because Sharon's not going to be there. So if push comes to shove, she might just have to come back with my car. And then,
No run. Perfect ball. 2 dot balls here. Perfect line and length here from Kruger. Also been looking forward to get a wicket here. He's done a great job. He needs a reward. Oh, great fielding.
Jordan Ehrman, fantastic stop there. So important, keeps the pressure on Diteko. Still not off the mark. He thought he had 4 runs to his name there. Ehrman diving though to cut off that very well struck pull.
That leg side there, missed opportunity there for Diteko, but good tack there by the keeper to avoid that ball running to the boundary. One more ball to come in the over here. So great over here from Kruger. This 10th over. Only 1 run conceded in that over. So that's 271 runs here. 4 wickets down and 74 overs bowled.
So 6 overs to go until the second new ball. Janssen is going to continue. I suppose it's possible. There are 24 overs left today. The Warriors might actually delay taking the second new ball. They might want 2 bites of the cherry, if you like, to have it late today and then also have a fairly new ball to start with tomorrow morning.
You sound a little bit shaky.
So 2 slips here for
In my
Bravis. Janssen coming left turn around. Good delivery. Oh, that's a called wide ball. Need to work on that line and length. And that's 9 wides in this inning so far.
And 5 of them by Marco Jansen. He has struggled a bit for consistency today.
Oh, that has been dispatched to point, and that's Bravis there getting a main turn here. First class century at home. And you can see that celebration, raising his bat and get an ululation from the teammates here. What an honor to score 100 here, Ken, at home.
Well, yeah, Devalt Brevis raising both arms, helmet off, broad smile, and his trademark little bow to the change room as they rise to him. It was quite an extravagant, almost loose drive he played there, just flaying Marco Jansen uppishly between point and cover. But 4 runs it was. And what a moment. Maiden first class 100, Devalt Brevis.
Definitely a special moment here for him. He has worked hard for that turn. Well deserved.
Yeah, well, you say worked hard. He's been there for 4 hours. And he has shown a lot of maturity, a lot of patience. Obviously, lots of ability to put away the bad balls. He's got 18 boundaries in that 100. But also a lot of sound defensive technique as well.
And still continuing with that nice batting stint. Another 4 here, and that takes him to 106.
That was a phenomenal shot, really not a bad delivery at all from Marco Jansen. Back of a length, rising just outside off stump. Brevis up in the air, getting over the bounce, and just with fantastic timing through extra cover for his 19th boundary. Second one of the over.
Ooh. Good delivery there, and Bravis outclassed here by Jansen.
Oh, I wonder if Brevis was kind of caught in 2 minds there.
It's always interesting to see how bowlers come back after being hit for a boundary. Oh. Great shot for no run. Well fielded.
Yeah, I think since Marco Jansen has started playing for the Proteas, especially in the last year or so under the new management of Shukri Conrad and Rob Walter, they've instituted a more aggressive approach. And I think they're not too worried about the runs that Jansen leaks as long as he's taking wickets.
Great shot there to mid wicket, and that goes all the way for 4 runs. Picked nicely here by Bravis to finish off the over. What a way to finish off the over there with the boundary, and that takes him to 110, and that's 75 overs gone here, 284 on the board. Titans still on track here.
Very much so, with Brevis still at the crease, 3 boundaries in that over. One wonders if he's going to try and take it up a gear now against what must be quite tired Warriors bowlers. 75 overs bowled already today. Brevis so well set on 110. Got that landmark made in first class 100. It could be a fun last 23 overs here at SuperSport Park today.
Kruger back into attack. Ball is 11th over. Great start, dot ball. Bit of leggish delivery, the leg side delivery. So lucky to get away with that.
So as Arvant S says on our YouTube chat, I'll get to that after this delivery from Kruger. Oh.
Good delivery there. Hello. You still need to go off the mark here.
So Arvant S says, take a bow, Brevis. I was very optimistic about him, despite him scoring a pair last match. Good point, Arvant. Yeah, Devalt Brevis showing his bounce back ability. Made 2 ducks in his last match against Western Province at Newlands. What a way to come back. Maiden first class 100. He'll be feeling very good about his game at the moment.
And definitely to be a special one to remember at home. Kruger here. 3 dots in a row. Ball in perfect line and length.
Yeah, I think the smart money will be on Devalt Brevis scoring many, many hundreds in his career. But you're right, he will always remember this first one today at SuperSport Park.
I think pressure is on the tackle here. Trying to get off the mark. And Kruger not giving him that room. 2 balls to come in the over. And kind of pressure feeling here from Warriors to keep the tackle on the receiving end. Big shot. That's a jab to the leg side for a single. That's the leg side. And that's the leg buys.
Yeah, at least there's no rush for Teko Brevis is scoring freely at the other end. Titans in a very strong position, so he can take his time. He can get into his innings. It's just for his own sake, for his own nerves. No doubt that he would like to get off the mark.
So great finish there from Paul Kruger with a dot ball and so 76 overs bowled here, 4 wickets down, 286 is the score.
And Janssen will continue from the Henops River end. I'm pretty sure the Warriors aren't going to take the new ball when it becomes due with the 80 overs up.
So Janssen back into attack. Tejo still on strike, still need to go off the mark here.
So there are 108 overs scheduled to be bowled in the day. Close of play is 6 p.m. however, so that's 90 minutes. We're going to lose some overs today, no doubt. Probably half a dozen or so.
Good leave there by Tejo. Swing in nicely into the batsman there. Nice delivery from Janssen.
So let's say there are 15 overs left today. I think the Warriors might go, let's have half a dozen with the second new ball. So that's in about 9 overs time probably. And then that also gives them a nice new ball to bowl with first thing tomorrow morning.
You don't want to start the morning with an odd ball. So maybe that's the thinking here from Warriors.
Yeah, exactly. If they take the new ball when it's due in 3.5 overs time, there will still be 18. They'll have to bowl 18 overs with it. Although we will lose overs today. That was a good delivery from
Good
Jansen.
delivery there, swing in and out. And
Definitely too good for Diteko. That would have been too good for a lot of batsmen, that one by Jansen.
another dot ball here, and Deco leaving that. One more ball to come in the over, and just a different feeling here to Liteko. Almost everyone inside the circle, just one fielder on the boundary. So that's kind of putting pressure on him.
Yeah, and Jansen just giving the batsman something else to think about there by going much wider for that previous delivery. Let's see where he delivers from this time.
On the leg side, appealing there, but the umpire saying nothing there. That's an over there.
Teko does get across his stumps a little bit, and then he tried to whip that away leg side. Marco Jansen thinking leg stump might have come into play with the LBW there. Having another little conversation with umpire Olafia at the end of the over. But, he bowled that from quite wide. I think he was being pretty optimistic.
Very optimistic there. 77 overs gone here. 285 is the score. Kruger back into attack. Runs tried a bit here with tumbling, so those two, Jansen and Kruger, doing a great job here.
Well, let's see what Brevis does in this over. He's got strike against Patrick Kruger.
No run, and giving a look here to Brevis, Kruger. Run rate's going at 3.7 at this point.
It's been 3.7 for much of the afternoon, pretty much ever since Dafabet came to the wicket.
And Kruger here, right, bowling the Yorker there and outclassing Bravis, and that's a big wicket here for Warriors, and they deserve to celebrate that. And Bravis there, finally losing his wicket and gone for 110 from 171 balls. What do you think about Bravis' batting here and Kruger getting his wicket?
Well, let's just chat about the delivery first. Super delivery from Patrick Kruger, getting it right up there, bringing it back into the right-hander. Brevis, instead of trying to drive that straight back from where it came, however, he was trying to drive it through mid-on, so playing across it a bit, and lost his off stump. Bowled then by Kruger for 110. But what an innings he's played here today. Certainly serving up notice of the tremendous talent he is in all formats of the game. Red ball, white ball, 20 overs, 50 overs, 4-day, and dare I say it, 1-day, 5-day cricket as well. 110 then off 172 deliveries, 24s. He was at the crease for 4 hours and 20 minutes. But what a valuable wicket for the Warriors at a crucial time of the day. They've just got rid of Makanya, and now they've got rid of Brevis. It's 285 for 5. There will be 2 batsmen on naught at the wicket. The new ball is due in 2 overs and 4 balls. Maybe with 2 new batsmen at the crease, it might actually change the Warriors' thinking, and they might actually take the new ball earlier than I thought they would just now.
Yeah, definitely. I think it will change their thinking here. Great delivery there from Kruger, and big wickets here taken. Can change the complexion of the game at this point.
So Rivaldo Moonsamy is the new man who's come to the wicket, the wicket-keeper batsman for the Titans, who's been in very good form this season. He's made 267 runs in 5 innings, made 130, and he's got another half century to his name as well, averaging 53 this season.
Yeah, he's played 61 matches. He's got 17 50s in his bag, and did hit 900s.
Yeah, he's an experienced player, Rivaldo Moonsamy. He's been around for quite a long time, but only now just really starting to establish himself in Division 1 cricket. 27 years old though, so it's the time when you really expect batters to start to really find their game, when they start to mature as batsmen.
Still trying to settle down in the crease there, taking his time. Like I said, as an experienced batsman, no need to be rushed. It's time for them to start setting up a partnership here. 2 new batters. And a great finish there. Bounce there from Kruger, and right to the leg side. Good fielding there, and only 2 runs conceded on that ball to finish off the over.
Moonsamy not afraid to go for the hook shot in the first handful of deliveries he's faced, but there wasn't really a fine leg in place, more deep backward square leg, so it was pretty safe. But yeah, absolutely crucial, Owen, that these two don't get out now. Already 2 wickets lost in the space of a handful of overs. The Titans really don't want to undo the great work of that Brevis-Makanya partnership by losing 3 quick wickets. And we're going to have some spin coming on now. Rudy second, the part-time off-spinner and Warriors captain from the Henops River end, with the longer leg side boundary from his side. That looked as if it turned a little bit.
Yeah, great turn there. 2 dot balls. What a great way to start 4th over here from seconds. Having a slip and a fine leg.
Oh, slip definitely needed to a batsman on naught. Looking at the turn and bounce that second got earlier in the over.
This one picked nicely to square, and good running there. 2 runs off that. It was wanted a second there from the start. That's off the mark there.
Taking them 22 deliveries.
So not a bad over here from seconds. Only 2 runs conceded there. 289 is the score. 5 wickets down after 79 overs. Action coming to you live from SuperSport Park, Centurion. Remember, you can come at the stadium here and watch the action live, or you can watch the action live on the YouTube channel. And on the YouTube channel there, it's a privilege to drop some comments here, give us your predictions, your views from wherever you are. Kruger back into attack here. Coming to ball, he's at 13th over. Great shot there, played to Gully and goes all the way for 4 runs.
Well, it was a bit edgy from Moonsamy, but really far too wide by Patrick Kruger, allowing Moonsamy to free his arms. There's no third man in place, so really it was the wrong place to bowl for Patrick Kruger. Just a question from Adnan on the YouTube chat. Did Graham Hume play semi-pro all the time in South Africa? Graham Hume, the fairly new Ireland international. Yes, Adnan, he 90% of the time did. He could not really break into the Lions team, the Lions franchise team based in Johannesburg, and then he went down to Pietermaritzburg to play for the KwaZulu-Natal Inland team, who were in Division 2, and left them to pursue his new career in Ireland before they got promoted to Division 1. But a very handy seam bowler, Graham Hume. Great to see him getting a chance at international cricket with Ireland.
Yeah, always hard work pays.
Yep, never give up on your dream, I guess. That's the moral of the story.
3 balls to come here from Kruger. Hunting for that second wicket after taking that big wicket of Bravis. Hitting the deck hard here and consistent.
Yeah, he's quite a big, strongly built guy, Patrick Kruger. One imagines that if he really put a lot of effort into hitting the deck hard, he can certainly extract a bit of life out of this pitch. He's been getting some bounce, a bit of seam movement.
Great work. And the look is again to Mutsavi. And one more ball to come here. Can he finish strong here? Get a wicket. Better still trying to find their grip at the crease there. Just down. That's finishing with the dot ball there. Great over there from Kruger. 13 overs bowled, 41 runs conceded, and 1 wicket in his bag. That's 80 overs gone, 5 wickets down here. Scores 293.
And Warriors captain Rudy Second has just rolled the 80-over-old ball off the field to match referee Zed Indamani, and umpire Andre Olivier holds up the second new ball at the Henops River end. So with 2 new batsmen at the crease, the Warriors are taking the second new ball as soon as it's available. And who better to take it than Marco Jansen, the Proteas quick.
Jansen there coming in to bowl his 18th over. He's got 2 wickets. And expect some more gas there with the new ball. And this time coming left arm over.
First and second slip and a fourth slip in place for Jansen.
Good leave and a bit of exuberance there from Warriors fielders. Obviously enjoying that new ball.
That shiny new cherry always creates a bit more enthusiasm, doesn't it, Owen? It's always lovely for the fielding side. Especially when you've got a 7-foot bowler able to take it. Opposition 5 wickets down, 2 batsmen new to the wicket. Ooh.
That one extras here.
Not signalled wide. That was that could have been a wide.
So that was a wide ball, but the umpire there deeming it a good ball. So far so good here for Jansen. No runs off. What a ball there from Jansen, and swing and miss there from Riteka, and it's kind of like persuading the batsman to get a nick there, and you thought maybe there was almost.
Yeah, Riteka very nearly edged that. It was a really loose drive, lost his shape a bit, more of a waft at that delivery.
Great bowling here. One more ball to come. No runs conceded so far. That's what we expect with the new ball here. That run rate dropped a bit, 3.6 at the moment.
Makes such a difference to be able to bowl with the second new ball at 2 new batsmen. If Brevis or Makanya was still at the wicket, the Warriors would run the risk of runs coming quickly, new ball coming quicker off the bat.
So great over here from Jansen. That's a maiden over. 13 overs from. It's 81 overs gone. 5 wickets down here. Score is 293. Niteko on 2, and Mutsami on 6. So definitely here can Warriors capitalizing on the new bowlers, on the new batters.
Yeah, they've pulled things back really nicely from when Brevis and Makanya were going full steam ahead. 270 for 3. Titans were in a very, very strong position indeed. But now suddenly it's 293 for 5. One feels the Warriors have done extremely well to claw their way back to just about parity. 300 for 6 having lost the toss. The Warriors would be very happy with that.
Nice shot there, gone all the way for 4 runs here. And that's kind of a pressure release here from Motsami.
Well, Sonapur is doubly disappointed there because it was a very good first ball up with the new ball. It swung into the block hole of Moonsami, who clipped it not too far away from going to mid-wicket for a catch. Herman dived, but it dropped short of him. And unfortunately for Sonapur, it then ran away to the boundary. Only the second bye that Sinatemba Kashila has conceded behind the stumps, and considering how many balls have been way down leg side from the Warriors bowlers today, not a bad effort by the SAA Loveman.
Great delivery. Swanipo, dot ball. They took on strike here.
That was all very confident by Deteko. It was a really nice back foot punch. We could actually hear him from the media centre shouting out, "Wait, no run." Sound of a man who has got some confidence.
Oh, that's edge the hand, second slip, getting that, and that's the end of Deteko there. Gone for 2.
Misplaced confidence. My apologies to Modiri Deteko for the kiss of death. Good delivery though from Bayer Swanepoel, back of a length. There was bounce, there was movement away. Deteko was rather hanging his bat outside off stump, and pays the price.
Paid the price here, gone for 2 from 31 balls. Was kind of under pressure there, and Swanepoel backing a wicket there. And, utilising the new ball.
Well, those 2 strikes with the old ball as well. So it's been a wonderful last hour for the Warriors as the Titans now slip to 298 for 6. Corbin Bosch coming to the wicket, which could make for some interesting cricket. He likes to give the ball a bash, does Bosch.
How many series next to Yancy? Diego knows it. Yeah.
Corbin Bosch, quite extraordinarily, averages 40 with the bat in Division 1 cricket. He's had 12 not outs in his 30 innings though, which does help. 6 50s.
Big shot, but looks like it's going down leg from this ankle.
Way outside leg stump. We pretty much straight down the wicket here.
So Swanepoel 16.5 overs bowled, 2 wickets in his bag, 52 runs conceded so far with an economy of 3.12. One more ball to come in the over. Trying to get the new batsman out here before he settles down in the crease. And Swanepoel striking again. And batsman there nicking that, and good tack by the keeper behind the taps there. And third wicket here for Swanepoel. What a turn of events here, Ken, we are witnessing at SuperSport.
Wonderful bowling by Bayers Swanepoel. Rivaldo Moonsamy is out for 10 off 13 balls. Just a couple of boundaries there. Moonsamy really driving at a ball that was nowhere near the right length to drive. He was pushing very firmly. It was back of a length. It swung away a bit, and well taken behind the stumps by Kashile. And this has been a very disappointing lower order performance by the Titans. Really busy undoing the great work of Brevis and Makanya. 299 for 7.
So Kutia coming in to join Bosch at the crease. Has played 20 matches at 150, 27 innings at 317 runs. So far, high score 59, and that was scored at versus Titans.
Yeah, for Free State and Bloemfontein, and Kutsia making his debut for the Titans today. He's useful with the bat. He's got ability, averaging 13 at the moment in first-class cricket, but I'm willing to wager that by the end of his career, he'll be averaging around 20 as a batsman. And certainly the Titans could do with him hanging around here a bit, because they've now lost 4 wickets for just 29 runs in the last 10 overs. It's been a really bad period for the home side, but a wonderful comeback by the Warriors.
Great comeback, yeah, and getting those wickets, and run rate dropping as well. So let's see if they can continue with that stint, getting more wickets here.
Well, if the wickets keep tumbling at the same rate, the Titans will be all out today. Still 16 overs theoretically left to be bowled today. But we're already 8 minutes past 5. 6 o'clock is the close of play with the additional half hour, which will definitely be required.
So Jansen back into attack to bowl his 19th over. Three slips in place. Attacking field here from Warriors. They want to put pressure, get more wickets here. Right to square, and coming back for a second here. Good running.
The Warriors quite excited there because Corbin Bosch just about took that delivery from off stump.
And
square leg.
And it's 300 up here for Warriors. Great shot, yeah. All the way for 4 runs.
Yeah, Corbin Bosch will score quickly. That's one thing we know.
So change of fielding there, third slip going all the way to the boundary. Give cover. Definitely Janssen not happy about that boundary, but coming back with a dot ball here.
Looking at some of the other action around the country, and the third T20 between South Africa and India has got underway just down the road at the Wanderers. South Africa winning the toss and sending India in to bat. India have made 10 runs already off the first 5 deliveries. That one doing too much from Marco Jansen.
Some excitement there from the fielders, but Janssen just walking back to his mark.
Yeah, it definitely swung too much, that one by Jansen, going down leg.
One delivery to come here.
So South Africa have given a debut at the Wanderers to Nandre Burger, the left-arm fast bowler from Western Province. Well-deserved national cap for him. He's been in outstanding form this season, Nandre Burger. And Donovan Ferreira, who was actually here at SuperSport Park in the morning watching his Titans team. He's been included in the South African team, as has Keshav Maharaj and Lazard Williams as well.
So 83 overs gone here, 305 is the score, 7 wickets down.
In Pietermaritzburg, stumps has been called in the first day of the match between the KZN Tuskers and the Boland Rocks. Boland bowled out for 232. Peter Milan made 46 and Keegan Peterson 57. 3 wickets for Kyle Nipper. And at stumps, Inland 17 for 1. They've lost the big wicket though of their leading run scorer Ben Compton for just 6.
Big shot there, and the umpire not out. It's a bit of pressure to the batsman Gerard Couture.
He definitely walked across his stumps a little bit. I wonder if there was an inside edge. There was a hint of that. His heart would have been in his mouth. It wasn't too far away.
That one way outside, off jump. And Swanepoel, they're looking for that 4th wicket here. Tempting Couture to play that and maybe get a nick. Forward defense there from Couture.
It's also stumps at Kingsmead and Durban. Both those matches in KwaZulu-Natal starting half an hour earlier than the rest of the country. And the Dolphins made 245 for 9 declared. Tapanga Toli 59 and Marcus Ackerman a brilliant 140 out of 245. 6 wickets for Cody Yusuf.
245 and cleared him.
Yeah, interesting. They were 9 down and they had a little pop at the Lions for the better part of 18 overs before bad light stopped play. The Lions reached 65 for 2. Josh Richards out for 47, and that was the last ball bowled before stumps.
Good delivery there from Swanepoel, nice and full, and swing and miss there from Couture. One more ball to come in the over here. Brilliant bowling from Swanepoel, who is bowling his 18th over and 3 wickets in his bag here. Looking for that 4th wicket here. Can he finish strong with this over? And dot ball to finish off the over here by Swanepoel. That's 84 overs gone, 7 wickets down. Score is 305. Do you think there's any chance of Titans here declaring?
Good heavens, no. They'll be disappointed with how things have unravelled in this last hour. 305 for 7 is certainly not what they were expecting when they were 270 for 3. And just one more domestic score for you as Marco Jansen pulls up in his run-up. Western Province replying to Northwest's 236 all out are 79 for 2 down at Newlands.
Jansen back into attack. 20th over, 71 runs conceded so far. 2 wickets in his bag.
And lastly, the match in Bloemfontein between South Africa A and India A has ended in a draw. They lost the entire first day's play due to rain and a wet outfield. And South Africa A is scoring 152 for 2 in their second innings today. Yasin Valley, 72 not out. And Jean Duplessis, 50 not out, to go with his 106 in the first inning. Jean Duplessis plays in Division 2 for the Southwestern District's Garden Route Badgers. So a wonderful match for him. Stephanie Duplessis, who is 25 years old and may be going unnoticed a bit for the Badgers in Division 2, but definitely making his name known with his fantastic performance for South Africa A this week.
Jansen, dot balls here, great over so far, no runs scored, 2 balls to come. And you get a maiden here. Putting pressure on Bosch there, squeezing him into his crease. No run. I would say so far, Warriors are kind of in control of the situation at this point.
Yeah, they've certainly seized control of this match in this last hour and a bit. Wonderful fight back with the ball. And one just gets feeling the Titans just holding on a bit now. For stumps, the light is starting to fade a little bit.
So that's a maiden over here from Jansen. 86 overs bowled, 7 wickets down, 305 is the score. Bosch on 6 from 12, and Kutia still needs to go off the mark here.
Swanepoel continuing, and why not? He's been wonderful with the second new ball. with that double strike in his first over with the secondary ball.
Edge to that man, and that goes all the way for 4 runs here by Kutia, and that's Kutia off the mark.
First runs for the Titans. He'll be happy. He won't mind too much how they came up. I dare say in a few years' time it would have grown into a very tidy little steer down to third man, always in control.
Brilliant shot there from Kotia to covers, and that goes all the way for 4 runs. Bit of confidence after scoring that 4 from on third man, and this one to covers.
I dare say the way he remembers it will be that's how he got off the mark for the Titans. A lovely drive through the covers. Beautiful stroke by Gerald Kutsia.
Another get over from Swanepoel, 2 boundaries in a row. Let's see what he brings on this ball. A good comeback there, dot ball. And Sam Sport edge again and runs all the way for 4 runs. That's really will be a disappointment to the bowler there after putting. So that's the 3rd boundary in this over. 2 in the same spot.
Well, certainly a moral victory for the bowler there. He beat Kutsia. It was wide-ish. Kutsia really pushing at it. Not in control at all. Gerald Kutsia fortunate to get it wide of the 3rd slip.
And I think, but Gerald will say, I'm in control. That's the 2nd boundary in the same area. And big shot here, and it's given. And that's Kutsia gone there.
Well, Gerald Kutsia walked right across his stumps and tried to play that away on the leg side. No doubt about that one, given quite quickly by umpire Arno Jacobs. That was pretty plumb, Gerald Kutsia. LBW to Bayer Swanepoel. Swanepoel strikes again, Kutsia out for 12.
And that's the 4th wicket here for Swanepoel. What an effort here. Kutsia gone for 12 from 11 balls.
Eight down now, the Titans, 317 on the board. The collapse continues. That's 5 wickets for 47 runs now they've lost in 13 overs.
So a new batsman coming in here, Junior Dalla, 71 matches, 2 50s, and 84 innings, 628 runs, an average of 11.6. High score, 79.
Yeah, Junior Dalla very capable with the bat. He can hang around. He's won a couple of games for the Titans in partnership with more recognised batsmen. A very, very good guy to have a number 10.
So Warriors needing 2 wickets to wrap up innings here. And one more ball to come here from Swanepoel, who is obviously And high morale here after bagging that 4th wicket. We'd go ahead and get a 5 for here. That break. And he finishes off with a dot ball. And that's 86 overs gone. 317 on the board. What a day here. Runs galore, wickets galore.
Yeah, it's been an intriguing day, really. Very entertaining. Ebb and flow. We saw a very competitive first session where the Titans got to lunch on 92 for 2, and then they took control in the second session. Wonderful batting by Dewald Brevis. His landmark maiden first class 100. Wonderful innings by Sibonela Makanya, and the Titans were in firm control. But this last hour and a bit, the Warriors have come roaring back, and looking every bit the top of the log side they are at the moment. Ronaldo Mayer into the attack for the first time with the second new ball.
So a quick single taken here. And Mayer coming into ball his 16th over. 55 runs conceded so far. 1 wicket in his bag. So definitely looking for that second wicket. Oh, what a ball there. Swinging away from Dana there.
And that swung quite late. And swung too much. Going past the outside edge of Dala's drive.
Bit of a chat between the batters. Bosch there saying, stay with me. No pressure here. Let's bet through the day here. A shot to leg side just for a single, and that's Dala there off the mark.
12 overs scheduled to be bowled today, but we're not going to get them all in the next half hour. Play can go on to 6 o'clock, but I doubt we're going to get there as the clouds are starting to come over. The light is fading. I'd give it probably another 15 minutes tops before bad light will in play here today.
Shot there from Bosch, and good running, 2 runs off it, and a good fielding as well by the fielder there to cut that boundary. So Mayer finishing off his over there with the dot ball. 321 on the board. 87 runs.
And hello to Sandy Denny Lives on our YouTube channel, sending his congratulations to Brevis and greetings to all. Very grateful to have good cricket, none for the next 5 months in chilly, rainy Blighty. Sadly, Sandy Denny lives in England, I presume, but very good to have you with us, Sandy Denny.
So Swanepoel back into attack, bowling his 20th over. 64 runs conceded so far, 4 wickets in the bag. Will be a good day if he can close with 5 wickets in to his name.
Oh, it'll be a very good day. He's already had a good day. He got the first wicket today, the big wicket of Alga, and he's made some really telling strikes with the second new ball this evening as well.
Great ball, way outside off stump. It's a dot ball to Junior Dalla. Getting some respect there from Dalla. 3 slips in place. Dalla there asking for some help for his shoelaces, making sure his gear is in order. Swing and miss. Brilliant bowling here by Swanepoel. Very consistent Swanepoel. That's why he's getting that reward.
Yeah, Swanepoel, you know, is always going to get it up there, pitch it up to the batsman, because he gets that swing. That's the way he gets the most of his wickets, encouraging the drive.
Good leave. Good cricket all round here. Good bowling, good leave. So 2 balls to come here from Swanepoel. Dalla there, kind of thinking, maybe replaying that in his head. He scored a run so far. Is he succumbing to pressure? Let's wait and see. Last ball. And a brilliant ball again to finish off the over here from Swanepoel. And that's 20 overs from him. 64 runs conceded and 4 wickets here.
Just continuing a very good season with the ball for Bayers Swanepoel. So he's now taken 15 wickets this season, averaging under 18. So he's been a really good campaigner for the Warriors. One of their key contributors as they've gone to the top of the 4-day standings.
So Meyer back into business.
Also some nice shape there from Ronaldo Mayo away from the right-hander.
excitement there from the keeper. But he's the only one who's got excited. Even the slips are looking at him, but trying to maybe to test the umpire there.
I think so. I don't think you did right. I think he was
Just
taking a chance on umpire Olafia being a bit tired at the end of a long day, but umpire Andre Olafia up to the challenge, not falling for that one.
not at all. I thought it played nicely to mid-wicket, and that runs all the way for 4 runs. Great shot there from Bosch, and getting an ululation there from the teammates. Runs had been quiet for some time, so surely they'll have to clap that one out.
Well, from an innings where the Titans were sparkling like the best diamond jewelry, when Brevis and Makanya were going so well, they were in absolute control. It's all ending with a bit of a whimper this first day, but a last bit of defiance there from Corbin Bosch.
Yes, a defiance, and getting a single there to point, and Dala back to strike. 2 more balls to come here. 326 on the board.
Dala and Bosch are both very capable batsmen. If they can stick together, the partnership's 9. If they can get it up to 50, I guess, then takes the Titans to over 350.
Hello.
They might feel is kind of par. Batting first here at Centurion. So all is not lost for the home side. But a lot resting on the shoulders of these two guys.
Mayer coming up with a bit of a bouncer there. Checking if Dala is a bit a whack there. So that's a dot ball to finish off the over. $89 overs bought, 8 wickets down here. 326 is the score. You reckon 3 more overs before we can talk about light here?
Yeah, I think so. It's still playable at the moment, but here at SuperSport Park, as soon as the sun starts setting to our right, behind it goes behind the big grandstand roof, and you get this big shadow that comes across the ground, and generally the umpires call play off then.
Swanepoel back into action here. Dot ball to start the 21st over.
And there is quite a lot of cloud to the western part of the ground, so that's not helping the light issues at the moment.
Consistence from Swanepoel, and that's working for him. Very, very consistent.
Yeah, he has been good. He's generally stuck pretty much to that line just outside off stump. Asked a lot of questions of the batsman, especially with this second new ball. then the Yorker thrown in for good measure, just to mix things up a bit.
Oh, great shot there from Bosch to covers. Brilliant drive there. It goes all the way for 4 runs.
Super shot indeed, Corbin Bosch. Showing his ability. He's gone to 18 not out now. Valuable runs.
So last delivery here to come from Swanepoel. And finishing off with the dot ball after that boundary. 330. 8 wickets down here after 90 overs. Swanepoel there, 21 overs bowled, 4 wickets down, with 63 runs conceded. His partnership here gone to 19, and 3.7 is the current run rate.
Where it's been most of the day. Swanepoel very economical, going for just over 3 runs to the over, and definitely the pick of the Warriors' attack today with those 4 important wickets as well.
Great shot there by Dalla to behind square, just for a single. Kind of rotating the strike at this point, these two, Bosch and Dalla.
Marco Jansen was just swinging his arms around a bit in the slips, not sure if it was a sign that he might come back for a couple of overs before stumps, or just keeping himself loose at the end of the day.
Good shot again here from Bosch, and that goes all the way for 4 runs. Things seem to have picked up here between Bosch and Dalla here. They are rotating the strike and runs trickling in. What a way maybe to finish off the day.
Yeah, nice little rally by this 9th wicket pair. Ronaldo just getting 2 straight there onto the pads of Bosch. Very nicely put away, great timing. Through square leg. There's a lot of space on that leg side. There's a fine leg and a mid wicket and a mid on, but between the mid wicket and the fine leg, acres of space.
It's a quick single taken here, and teammates encouraging their batters here, giving a clap after every run taken, encouraging them to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Jordan Hamrun ever alert in the field. He's had an impressive day in the field. That time at backward point.
Oh, what a ball there from Mayer. Again, swinging away from the batsman. Leg swing there. And Dala and Bosch having a chat there.
Dala had a little spar at that delivery.
This is Bosch giving some advice there to Dala. Hang in there. The day is about to end. Don't lose your wickets. Let's bat through here. One more ball to come. And just jabbed to end of the deck there to leg side to finish off the over. It's Mayer there, 18 overs bowled, 69. So that's leg buys, 9 leg buys in this inning so far.
And Marco Jansen is indeed coming back into the attack, back at the West Lane end now for a couple of overs before stumps. Dala and Bosch getting a bit too comfortable at the wicket for the Warriors' liking.
What a ball there from Jansen. And Dala outclassed there.
What a leave. Brilliant leave. It bounced over middle stump. Marco Jansen replacing Bayer Swanepoel at this West Lane end. And what a spell by Swanepoel with the second new ball. That 3-wicket burst by him has made it a very happy ending to the day for the Warriors.
That's a no run. Dala there on 2 from 17 balls, and Bosch 23 from 29. Hanging in there, the partnership of 20. The strategy here will be to keep that wicket. Don't lose your wicket when you're about to finish the day. Excitement. Bosch there sending Dala back. And the chat there as well again between the batters.
Inside edge onto pad for Dala, as he probably would have been plum LBW. Partnership of 20, but it's an important one because it's the biggest partnership the Titans have had since Brevis and Makanya put on 164 for the 4th wicket. So they'll be grateful for a bit of a rally here.
Yeah, it's a quick single, taken. It's a jab to square leg, and Dala on the go here. Brilliant shot here from Bosch to covers. Nice drive there, and what a way to finish off the over. And then Ulu as well from the teammates here. Always rejoicing every run that comes here. Partnership going to 25 and 342 yeah. Score after 92 overs, 8 wickets down. Boss there moving to 27 from 11 balls.
Well, I make that the 61st boundary we've seen today, so we've seen a lot of fours. But that was definitely one of the most emphatic shots of the day. Corbin Bosch freeing his arms and just lashing Marco Jansen through extra cover. We are going to see another spinner bowling for the Warriors now. We've had Rudy second for a handful of overs. We're now going to see Diego Rosier, who is a part-timer, but he's a bit of a golden arm bowler. Perhaps more in Division 2 cricket than franchise cricket. He has just 3 Division 1 scalps. And I wonder if the umpires have said to the Warriors that it's now just a little bit too dark for the quick bowlers to be operating. We'll see what happens at the end of this over. He's started with a no ball.
Not a great start there. Front foot. And that's the 6th no ball this innings. Excitement there from Russia. No run. Good comeback after that no ball here. So definitely need to be excited. He's bowling for the first time. That's his first over of the day.
And he threw in the quicker one there, was excited about the potential of an LBW.
That's leg buys there. Buys. Sportsperson and a bit of a rolling there from Russia to finish off the over. Under 3 overs so far. 345 is the score.
And it just seems to be a bit more sunlight coming across the field at the moment through the clouds on the western side. So Marco Jansen will carry on. Depending on how enthusiastic Jansen and the Warriors are in getting through this over, this could be the final over of the day.
single taken here, and great ball from Jansen to Dana. 3 slips in place. Waiting for that edge from Dala here. Change of action here from Jansen, coming left arm over to Dala. So that's coming around here, and 2 balls to come. I think the strategy at this point is for batters just to block it out for the day. Don't lose your wickets.
A minute to go, according to the scoreboard.
Chat between the batters.
That's definitely the Titans trying to make sure that it'll be stumps after this delivery from Marco Jansen. The scoreboard hasn't ticked over to 6 p.m. just yet.
And I leave that ball to finish off the over here. 94 overs bowled, 8 wickets down. The score is 346. And that's stumps for the day. So good total here from our Titans at home. What's your take here with Travis and Makanya batting, building that partnership that really put a good score here for Titans?
Well, they will feel it could have been a lot better, but a decent partnership here at the end of the day of 29 between Corbin Bosch, who's batted really well. He is 29 not out, and Junior Dala on 3 not out. The Titans winning the toss and electing to bat first today against the Warriors. And we saw a sparkling century from Dewald Brevis, his first and first-class cricket. He made 110. There was a gem of an innings from Sibonela Makanya. He made 83. Together they put on 164 for the 4th wicket. And everything was looking golden for the Titans at 270 for 3. But then the Warriors struck back just before the second new ball was due. Patrick Kruger and Marco Jansen removing Brevis and Makanya. And then Bayes Swanepoel got going with the second new ball. 3 quick wickets for him. So the Titans ending the day on 346 for 8. They'll be reasonably satisfied. But as I say, they'll feel that things could have been better. The Warriors will be proud of the way they fought back after a difficult day. But they too will probably think that they could have bowled a bit more consistently today. The wicket takers for them, well, Bayes Swanepoel, he's been the pick. 21 overs, 4 for 68. Marco Jansen, in preparation for the first test starting here in a couple of weeks' time. 22 overs, 2 for 77. Mixed day for him. And Ronaldo Mayer, 18 overs, 1 for 69. Patrick Kruger, 13 overs, 1 for 41. So we say thank you very much to Pitch Vision, Cricket South Africa, and the Titans for making this broadcast possible. Thanks very much to Laken, our producer, and her team. And do join us tomorrow again at 10 p.m. At 10 a.m. rather, where we'll have more coverage of this CSA 4-day series match. Thanks very much, Owen. Any closing thoughts from you?
Yeah, I think it has been a great day. Runs galore, wicket galore. So we are expecting an electrifying cricket tomorrow as well, day 2. So check you guys tomorrow. Hope tomorrow we'll see some more supporters at the field, as it is a holiday, courtesy of the Springboks.
Yeah, we'll be working, and we hope you join us. Good night from SuperSport Park.